faint. You've just seen Parris fall as a tree comes out of the south and kind of walks up to her, reaches down and smacks her down. There is a reindeer, a walrus, and a giant goat that are currently surrounding Ezekiel. What would you like to do?
I'm just gonna lower my bone and say, "All right, chill out, guys. Made your point. What are you doing out here anyway? Why are you hiding as animals?"
Make a persuasion.
17.
So, Kansas, you will hear that little call to kind of cease the action as you're kind of walking into this position of battle where there seems to be three animals and an animated tree surrounding this group of three people inside of a blizzard. What is Kansas thinking?
Okay, so I'm just coming in as a neutral party. I don't know either group.
Yep.
Well, that goat and stuff, they look really large compared to the people. And it looks like one of the people just got smashed and is lying on the ground. So that doesn't seem quite fair at all. Hello there, what's going on? So I'll just yell that just in general and see who responds to it. Hello? Seriously, did I drop out?
No, sometimes I have to think to decide what things are going to say. The walrus is going to kind of waddle back a little bit. You don't belong here.
Well, neither do you. The water's not near here.
Ezekiel, what are you doing?
Okay, I will hold my spear up in the air, point it at the sky, and I will look at the back of my shield where there is a small mirror. And I will utter a few words. Please, protect us from harm. Deliver us from this place. Alive, if you so be it. And I will cast Sanctuary on myself for my bonus action. And then I'm going to step out of combat with the elk. And if the walrus left combat already, I'm not going to opportunity attack him. And assuming he won't attack me, but I am still technically in with the elk.
The walrus didn't actually step out. It just kind of like waddled back to not be on top of you.
Okay, so
yeah,
the elk
it's
and
not
the walrus. Oh, go ahead.
It's not going to swing out at you. At present, it is speaking too faint.
Okay, well, what about the elk?
You said you were still holding like the same position with the reindeer?
Oh, I'm about to step out of combat.
Oh yeah, I mean if you step further away from it, at present it's holding as well.
Okay, so then I will go up to Parris's body, and I will reach out as if I'm about to heal her, and then he will just drop down to one knee and say, I may go over my 6 seconds, but bear with me here. Oh my gosh, she is dead. You have killed a beautiful soul. I will not fight you. She deserves an honorable burial. You can do what you must, but we are leaving this place. And then I want to use my action to pick up her body. And then I guess if we don't count it as me actually like going prone versus just like bending down to pick her up, I'm then going to use the remainder of my movement to just turn my back and carry her away.
So I guess, what is it? Your first bit of movement is basically to go right and behind Parris.
Can you put the regular map back up? Do you still have it?
Oh, my bad. I'm staring at it, and I forgot to actually switch you all over to it. So, like, I revealed where Jamie was coming out, and I forgot that I didn't have you guys on this map. So I think you're stepping over to Parris, picking her up.
I'll have to use 5 to get to Parris, and then I will have 25 left, but I will move at half speed. So
Yeah, so I mean, realistically, you can pick up Parris from where you're at, and you could walk away the 15 from where you're at.
okay, I thought I was further from her. So okay, yeah. So I'll just pick her up where I'm at, and then I'm gonna take 15-foot steps back, and I'm gonna blatantly, like basically, I don't know if you want to do like some sort of test, either like animal handling or to try to convince them like performance or persuasion. But I'm basically just saying like, that we concede defeat. Our close friend is dead, and now like I have to tend to her body for religious/personal reasons. Like the fight is done. Sort of like the scene from Troy where the king comes out and parlays when the prince is killed. He like comes and speaks to Brad Pitt. Like that scene right there.
I have no idea what movie that is.
Oh my god, it's amazing. If you've never seen Troy and you're playing D&D, I highly recommend it.
It was both an amazing rendition of the Iliad and an amazing insult to the Iliad at the same time.
But you're also a girl, and Brad Pitt is in it, and probably looks the best he's ever looked in any movie. So there's even more reasons to watch it.
Fair enough.
If there's ever been a fighting style that Achilles deserved to be the creator of, they definitely create a fighting style that is perfect for Achilles. So as you step away, you're going to see as the gigantic goat starts to like whirl around with ice around its form, and you will see as about a 6.5 foot tall woman stands there who has bones and skulls all across her body, in a very similar armored fashion as to the brothers. And she's going to... Your kind are not welcome in these lands. Death is the gift that you shall all receive. Beware of Oral, and be gone with yourselves. Take your corpse and warn your fellows.
It will be done. Thank you for your mercy. We understand.
So I think you'll see as kind of like the tree shakes off some of the like snow on it, and very quickly just looks like another tree in this wilderness again. And you'll see as the reindeer and the walrus kind of move back behind the actual human form of the druid. And I think this is the first instance of you all coming in contact with the druids of Oral in this land. as well as their creatures that they bring to life. You've seen the walrus speak, and you've seen a tree walking about. So those will be kind of a substantial moment for you all to recognize at least some of what is effectively the natural warriors of Oral. That is a different level complementing the children of Oral, who are actually like the cult that exists inside of the societies. Um, so, barring anything going down, we'll kind of swing back around. Fate, you're already kind of doing that persuasion. It got the attention of the walrus. It got the attention of the druid, as well as Ezekiel stepping back there. And I think that's going to end this moment of combat. And it'll kind of be on you all to interact among yourselves, as they are pretty much going to fade back into the blizzard.
All right, so I'll walk over to where they are gathered around Parris's body, and ask uh, whether they want some words said over her as she is returned to the earth.
I think you druids have done enough here, haven't you?
There are different kinds of druids. That one, I have no idea. This whole place is under the blight of Oral, and she must worship that evil creature.
So you're another druid that just shows up at the same time as this druid, and you're not with them. It's just coincidence.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to stop this winter problem.
What brings you out here in the middle of nowhere then?
My group of druids has sent several of us out to different parts of the land to find out what we can do about the winter problem, because winter is bad for all the little creatures. Well, winter's part of the natural year, but when winter goes on and on and on, it's bad for the little creatures.
Please, excuse my friend. He means nothing by it. He is a strange way of demonstrating his sadness. We would be glad to have you say some words about our friend, but unfortunately, she was a good soul and has been laid to rest.
Well, I don't know what you can do about burying her at this point. Uh, do your people make a fire or something?
It will be difficult in these conditions, but we can attempt it. If one of you has a torch, perhaps. I must try before. It is hopeless, but I must try. And I'll take off my helmet and I'll be like just kind of down on my knees by her body, like kind of like inspecting it. And I'm gonna use my, um, I'll pull out the relic, like the book that I carry at my side inside like the golden, like container or whatever, and I'll pull off of it like a small piece, and it looks like a little needle, and I'll like prick my finger with the needle and drip a bit of blood, like into like the case. There's like a little spot for it, and then you'll see like some magic start to swirl around it, and then I will open up the like book container, pull out the book, and begin to read from it, and I'm gonna use my special ability.
To resurrect Parris as your zombie slave.
I mean, that's my first choice, but my second choice is to just helplessly use my channel divinity to try to bring her back to life.
I gotcha. So you're doing the channel divinity that would normally heal.
Yeah, so I'll basically just start like reading from the book, which you would probably understand if you understand like common. And I'm just gonna like maybe some celestial in there. I'm just gonna like read a couple excerpts from the book, And like you'll see some magic like swirl around and probably do nothing, but
Yep, her body is unaffected.
I think she is beyond your help, sir.
yes, I fear you are correct, but I had to try.
Well, unfortunately, the ground is frozen, and also we do not have any wood. So this is part of the problem with winter that continues on and on. What would you like to do with her body? What is respectful for your people?
I mean, I think we should burn her, but this is Ezekiel's terrain, so I'm not going to overstep my mark and defer to him on this one.
I will not leave her for the wild animals. I don't think that we will be able to start a fire or have any wood. I will fashion something and drag her body with us to town where we can take care of her the way she deserves.
Well, didn't she have like 20 torches with her?
Yeah, I think so.
That she only discovered after we needed them.
Are y'all gonna loot her body?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if she has 20 torches, we can burn her. Alternatively, I'm okay with like taking my pack or clothing or something like that and just fashioning up like a little something I can drag behind me at slightly slower speed.
So she's got 12 gold pieces, 38 silver pieces, and 46 copper pieces. That's her coin purse.
Jamie, do you just want to transfer all this over to your new character? I mean, we can RP it however we want, but in all reality, it's only fair that you just get all your shit back.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jamie should just have it.
Awfully trusting of you to give it to this shady druid.
Oh, wait, all of a sudden another druid comes out of the wood and says, "She owes me 10 gold.
My name's Laris. That little gnome owes me 10 gold.
I didn't just get a foot taller. What are you talking about?"
She's got snowshoes, crampons, cold weather clothing, a water skin, 10 torches, tinderbox, rope, 14 rations, mess kit, crowbar, common clothes, bedroll, backpack, a strange green stone, 7 darts, and a mace. And then also that platinum ring. I don't actually see it on here, so I fear Jamie never actually added it. So I think on some level, the important stuff for has everybody purchased crampons at this point? I feel like the snowshoes, the crampons, and the gold are definitely important to transfer over to Kansas. I don't think you can ever have enough rope. As far as rations go, I don't actually force you to ever expend those. That's kind of on you to collect and buy more on a regular basis. So it's on you to kind of decide whether you want to take those at this point. Mess kit, the crowbar definitely has usefulness. Darts and a mace could be useful. It's kind of up to you guys how much you want to worry about those other things. But if you're looking for flammability, she does have 10 torches. If you're looking for basically a way to kind of wrap her body up, you have that bedroll, and between like her bedroll and like the backpack, I'm sure you could create a makeshift like beer for bearing her to Good Mead.
I have still never understood the whole weight thing because, okay, Kansas weighs 25 pounds and the weight carried already says 77.3 pounds. I don't know that she can carry anything else.
He's a fucking hero. You got a strength of
Probably
11, so she can carry 165 pounds without being encumbered.
she probably doesn't need 20 pounds of food. I mean, it's a gnome. Gnomes can't eat that much. They're not halflings.
Yeah, they'll last you for a while.
In D&D, the characters have insect strength.
Yeah, it's Ant-Man.
Well, one of the things that's funny about shit like that is, like, technically the backpack can only hold 30 pounds of shit, and you have 40, 50, you've got almost 50 pounds of shit inside of the backpack. So the backpack kind of tears open before you can't carry it. Nothing about dealing with the inventory in D&D is believable.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so I'll take whatever you all will give me, considering that I just walked up to you randomly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if we were paying it, we'd split it between us, but or us two and you get nothing. But it's your stuff, so you should just get it, and we'll just keep it simple like that.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
was
agree.
thinking you should split it. You should split it because you were part of the party, and I should get nothing. I mean, I'm starting out with whatever I start out with. I'm cool with that.
Just split it between the two of you, and then as you guys actually fight together, you can start to include her in on shit. It's not like if she has to buy something, you guys have not thrown down to buy stuff for the group.
All right. Well, whatever's easiest. I don't really care about it. I mean, it seems to make the most sense to just give you your stuff back because it was your stuff and you just rolled a new character straight to fill his shoes, the last one. But if you want to play it thematically, then we can split it and then still just cover you like we normally cover each other.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Josh. It makes sense for you to just take all the stuff, and then we can just RP it as if we've taken it, and we'll just slowly like give it back to you over time. But it makes more sense for you to just take all your character stuff if you want it.
All right, so should I look in the old character sheet and just like start transferring stuff over?
That would be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Just make sure you add your coin first, so you don't forget about that.
I will now add my inventory of torches to my other inventory of torches, at which point I will have 20 torches. Just really ridiculous. It'd be like fireworks or something.
Or you could have 0 torches and we could cremate Parris. Or
Yeah,
Parris.
shoot. Yeah, we could like just make a bonfire. Like, I don't know. Whatever you want.
I think you should fake the fire. Just leave her body right there and use minor illusion to make it look like you burn it up, and then tell him everything's handled and walk away.
Yeah, that's kind of rude. I mean, I
Fucking
do not.
druidic, though. You feed the little animals that you're worried about.
And then we have like a little Parris zombie to worry about in about 2 sessions' time or some shit.
I mean, you're the one who's got minor illusion. I'm just saying.
Yeah, not me as a druid. I can't do that. All right, so I am willing to use some of my torches on top of her torches, and we can burn what's there, or we can drag her body back to town.
So right now, y'all imagine her body's just like on the ground and you're kind of going through her stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's like a little more like proper than that. I'm like preparing her for like funeral procession ceremony type like stuff rather than just like rifling through her pockets, like flipping her upside down and shaking her out.
So what's that look like to you? Like, do you have her on the bedroll and you're doing something like that where you're creating like a makeshift like cot almost to carry her by?
Yeah, I'm picturing like I can't think of the name for it, but like like two sticks and like the cloth between
Stretcher.
it, and then yeah, and then dragging her behind.
Yeah.
And like I imagine I would sort of like do a small like preparation beforehand, not like strip her down, but like take her down to like her like minimal clothing and like wrap her up, put her hands in place, put pennies over her eyes, just like sort of like spiritual.
I mean, there are plenty of trees and dead branches you can use for the side pieces, and then you got the bedroll, so that should be relatively simple.
Yeah, I mean you're a halfling, so I feel like the torches are like big enough to do that with. So like in comparison to your body.
Stuff her into the backpack. Everything solves. So while you all are preparing her for her funeral rites, out of the blizzard, you're going to see as a company of humans starts to move forward. You see that they have a few large wagons drawn across sleds that are drawn by things like polar bears, as well as wolves, or not wolves, canines. And eventually they kind of pull up near you, and a small old woman who's probably about like 4.5 feet tall walks up, and she's got a large hammer to her side. That's the shaft of which is almost as tall as herself, and she starts to approach, and she's just kind of looking over Parris. She's like, "Are y'all gonna keep that?"
Of course we are. This is not. This is not your business. Please be respectful. Our friend has fallen.
Respectfully, it's got some value. I could sell some of that. You sure you don't want to save? Oh, those cold weather clothes, that's a good bit of. Oh, don't just. Oh, that's. We could sell a lot of that still. Make a little profit.
Please leave it be. Be on your way. We now is not the time.
Oh. Was that someone you cared for? You didn't kill her?
Of course we didn't, and of course she is. She's a friend.
Was?
Was. She's just died, if you couldn't see.
So, valuables? You're just gonna get rid of those?
I chuck him a copper coin and go, how about you spend that on some lessons in grace and decorum and fuck off? We're busy here. If you're just going to harass us about looting her corpse, then we've got no business with you.
You can keep your coin. You don't have to be rude about it. My apologies. I might have introduced myself first. And she's gonna reach out her hand. I'm Torga. All right. So,
I'll stand up and greet her. Hello, Torga. My name is Ezekiel. We have just lost a friend, so our manners may not be on top of their game.
it's very unfortunate. Losing a friend in Icewind Dale is always an opportunity for profit, though. And that's what I specialize in. We are a small merchant group who travels between these towns, and anything of worth we do what we can to sell to those in need, and at a sizable profit. So if you would like to make some coin, please don't hesitate to take us up on the offer. Otherwise, are you heading towards Good Mead?
Yes, you say you travel from town to town. We are in search of Good Mead. We became discombobulated along the way in the blizzard. Perhaps you can point us in the right direction.
It's dangerous to travel in a blizzard. We're heading that way now. If you'd like, for a few coin, you could hop inside of one of our wagons and join us. Uh, to 2 silver, you could find your way with us.
I will do so. We need to get her body safely to town so we can lay her to rest as she deserved. She was a good soul and left this world too soon. I'll pay him the silver.
Did she die of the cold? Did Oral take her?
Nah, she got whacked by an evil tree.
Oh, a tree fell on her? That's very unfortunate. You should just step out of the way, and then they don't fall on you.
Nah, the tree was evil. I think a druid that followed Oral was taking the form of a tree and it whacked her.
Oh, killed in battle. Excellent. We could take her to the shrine in Good Mead. That'll be a good place to lay her to rest.
Just look at Ezekiel. This is his world.
What shrine is in Good Mead? I'm curious what god they worship there.
Oh, I don't know if they worship him anymore, but quite some time ago, Good Mead had its dealings with the people of Dugan's Hole, Red Waters and all. The shrine is to Tempest. Are you familiar? You can do a religion check at advantage. Tempest is a god of war.
Yes, I am familiar to some degree with this god, the god of war. It would be only right for her to be put to rest at this temple, as she has died in battle.
So did you pay those 2 coins?
Yeah, I took them out. Was it 2 silver total for the whole group?
Yeah, total is fine.
Okay, yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Profit is what the tundra's good for. If I can't get a body out of it, might as well get 4. So she'll kind of like walk you down the line, and they've got 4 wagons, and just take you to just probably the third from the back, or third from the front. So like the third in line. They move some things out of the way to allow you to set Parris's body up inside of the wagon itself. And effectively, you all could ride within the wagon, and it would be uncomfortable. Or you could basically walk in line of this party, but it is effectively about like 25 or so souls in this group who accompany these 4 wagons.
Hey, Paris has that paired platinum ring, and also the Orc Stone. I'm going to assume the Orc Stone can't be attuned to anyone else. But what happens with the ring?
That's what I was saying. The ring is definitely something you all need to take.
Yeah, again, I would just say keep it. I mean, and we can role play it however we want later on. I will ride inside with Parris, and I will begin the ceremony of releasing her soul from this world.
I'll walk behind to make sure that she's, got room so she can be comfortable. What about you, Druid girl? You didn't say what your name was, sorry.
Oh, my name is Kansas. I that's at least what the tall people call me, Kansas. I can go with you to town. Possibly they'll have some ideas where we should go next to solve this problem of the endless winter.
Please tell me that whenever you wild form, you're going to shout, "I'm not Kansas anymore,"
Yeah.
because Kansas is going bye-bye.
Well, Kansas is frozen over. We're now in like I don't know, Alberta.
Sounds like American places to me.
Nice to meet you, Kansas. I am Ezekiel. We will get to know you a little better in time, but now we must mourn our fallen comrade.
I help Ezekiel lift Parris up onto the sled.
When you are all set, Torga's trading company is going to continue forward. You all are quite some hours out of Good Mead, and for most of that time, it is going to be a full blizzard. And you will arrive around when the blizzard breaks. Still plenty of signs of the aurora overhead, but pretty solid. What I think you all left pretty early in the morning. You probably have a pretty good sense that you're about like an 8-hour day or so out of East Haven, and have some sense that it's a few hours past the high noon of the day when you arrive into Good Mead. The trading company in particular is going to basically ride into Good Mead, and they are going to travel down the central road that leads to the Eastway, heading down towards the Mead Hall, and they actually set up right between the Shrine of the Flaming Sword, which is the shrine to Tempest, and the docks, basically. And they take that area where they start to open up all of their wagons, and effectively they are preparing to start slinging their goods.
Should we carry her inside? It's just be cold out here.
Yes, we will be able to attend to her first. I don't know if they would have like burial or cremation services available.
So as you head into the shrine itself, you all are going to see that there isn't anybody attending to the shrine. There is a central dais that there's actually already a body on top of, and it is a male in probably his like mid-30s, mid-40s, who is laid to rest, and he is simply a frozen corpse on top of this area. His skull seems to be shattered along along the left side of his face. So as you kind of walk in, you see just looks like a man almost peacefully sleeping. Definitely like kind of a pale blue from the cold. When you get closer to him, you see like the damage to his skull on the opposite side from where you would walk in. The shrine itself, though, seems rather unused. There's drifts of snow within it, but effectively, what you would end up having is like there's a certain level of you could find a place to place her. Nothing in particular like designed for it, but like you could create a beer to burn her body in one of the like large cauldrons, um, kind of like a tripod with a large like bronze pan that you could basically place her body on top of torches, firewood kind of thing.
Yeah, that's legit.
So depending on the level of detail that you would like to go into in laying her to rest, you can either basically set her in here prepared, or you all know that the mead hall is their general like meeting place. So if you were looking to inquire further, but you have a pretty good understanding that that is Kendrick, their town master, who was slain, I think some like 5 days ago.
I think last session you said it was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago that you were here, but I think he was slain before then. That's why I was.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think. Oh, go ahead.
I've got Che the Third when you were last in Good Mead. I think you actually left on the 4th, and I think it's the 5th or 6th right now. So yeah, I think that sounds about right. That he's vaguely in that, like 3 to 5 days since he was killed.
Yeah, and I think Ezekiel, having like grown up in like whatever temple, church, monastery, whatever, would be pretty familiar with like taking care of, dressing, cleaning, like preparing a body for like burial rites or burning rites, whatever.
So what do you all have in mind right now? What do you want to do? Are you going to head into the mead hall and find out what's going to happen? Are you going to go through the actual rites and burn her while you are there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would go through the rites and take care of her body. Correct.
All right, so you guys can head into the mead hall afterwards, and it would be probably like 4 to 5 in the afternoon type of thing.
Do you see any people gathering around, or is it a bit calmer than it was last time?
Once you enter the mead hall, it's a pretty similar situation where there's probably about like 15 or so people inside of the actual mead hall. It's early enough in the day that most people are still at work, as far as you could pretty much gather in the far side of the mead hall. Like when you enter from that northeastern, it's that same situation where there's like 3 long tables across the center. There's 3 bars across the like the northern side of the building, and then there's a bunch of kind of small booths along the left side of that hall. And then at the opposite side, everything is walled off, kind of like French like glass doors, where there are people working in the actual production like facility that's the southwestern side of that building. And there's probably about 15 people inside of the hall itself. You basically will have one bartender and then just a couple of different groups inside of the hall itself.
I just sort of slunk in and just go and sit down at a table. Not really say anything.
I'll like go to the bar and grab a few drinks and inquire about the town speaker.
What question would you have about the town speaker? Um, the drinks will be just 2 copper apiece for the 3 of them. And what questions did you have about Kendrick? He's laid in state in the shrine.
Of course, and some food as well. The last time we were here, we heard of his untimely demise and those that traveled with him and the meat shipment. I'm curious if there has been any discoveries or revelations in this.
No one was really capable of going in further. It was a sizable portion of our guards who were slain. Uh, Jaeger is acting as the leader of the guards at this point, but I do not know if he has any prospects who might go after them. Uh, she's going to insight check you, so I feel like that would just be you're a pretty wholesome person. I don't think it's going to be deception. Let me get a persuasion from you.
Yes, then perhaps fate has led us back here for a reason. It will be us. Who do we need to discuss? We will head into the wilderness and attempt to get to the bottom of this. But first we'll need a night's sleep and some provisions.
I don't see Jaeger in the hall right now. We could probably fetch a guard who could go find him at his home. Other than that, we have some provisions that we may be able to supply you. You had mentioned food. We have a fresh stew. It's a wonderful blend of knucklehead trout, pine needles, and a little bit of honey.
Of course, 3 of those as well.
Excellent. Those as well will be 2 copper. Let me go get that set, and I will find a guard shortly here to find Jaeger for you. And she's just going to kind of look again around the hall to see if there's a guard.
Okay, sounds good. I'll take everything when it's ready and just go rejoin the party with the food and drink.
And shortly after you get back to the table, she's just going to walk by. I don't have any guards in the hall right now, but if you give us a few moments, I have everything started for you all. We will bring that out to you shortly. I probably just need to go into the back to find a guard, and we will get Jaeger here shortly. And then it'd be like another minute or so before you have a older woman who comes over to the table, and she's going to like walk up to the table and kind of like bow her head a little bit. Hello, friends. My name is Olivessa. I'm tentatively running to replace Kendrick in the speaker role for Good Mead. Ariana has told me that you are looking for Jaeger, and he will be coming by shortly here. We understand you are going after the giant that has murdered our guards.
Sorry, is Olivessa the woman or the that was reluctant to run, or the dwarf that wanted it?
Olivessa is the woman who's reluctant.
Got it. Cheers.
Okay, yeah. Real quick, just out of character, can we just refresh on these names here real quick? It was Olivessa, Jaeger, and
Yeah, so just to like put them in perspective, like Ariana is the bartender. Jaeger is the second in command, who is essentially like right now he's the captain of the guards because Kendrick is slain. Kendrick was the speaker and captain of the guards. Olivessa is the Cooper, who creates barrels for the mead, and Shandar is the guy she is running against, basically under duress of the people who don't want him elected, and he is a cuts down wood, a lumberjack.
wait, did you say the speaker / captain of the guards, the guy who died, his name was Olivessa?
No, Kendrick.
Oh, okay.
No, you said Jaeger.
Jaeger is the current acting captain of the guards.
Okay, and then Olivessa is running for speaker, and then somebody else is also running for speaker.
Shander.
Who?
Shander.
Okay, cool. So the speaker that was murdered when we were here before was Kendrick, and we are now going to see about the killers and the giants and whatnot. The Pfaff was the hunter we met last time. Ariana is the barkeep. Jaeger is the new acting current captain of the guards. And then Olivessa and Shandar are the two people that are potentially running. And we met both of them previously, right? The one was a dwarf and the other was a human woman.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure if you all had met them, or had just heard little bits about them, but that sounds about right.
Okay, cool. Oh, and what was the caravan? What was the name of that caravan?
Torga's Trading Company.
Okay, that is just for reference. Torga's caravan or Torga's trading company was the one that was last in Tarvis that they were saying potentially the bodyguard was the murderer from when we were in Caer Konig.
Indeed.
It didn't really seem appropriate at the time to like investigate and go through that. Would we have seen this man that was described, or her quote unquote like secondhand man? Would we have seen him at all or had an idea as to what he looked like or if that was potentially who was described?
Let me get a perception check from you all.
Sorry, I was painting, so I didn't have my book like full out and notes and everything until just a moment ago.
So just cause that's Torga. She's the one who would have greeted you, basically trying to loot Parris's corpse while you guys were preparing her for. And at some point, yes, you would have indeed seen a gentleman who would fit the general idea of what you know her bodyguard to look like: a dark-haired, tall male human who seems pretty much at home inside of the cold, and he would have been in that caravan as well.
And did we see what weapon he was carrying?
Didn't seem to be carrying anything.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess like while we're like sitting down, assuming there's none of those people around, I will mention Too Faint and then also our new friend Kansas. That was
So, well, we'll hold up a second. My bad. Do you want to ask anybody inside of the Mead Hall about Torga's Trading Company? Or are you just going to do, I can have you do another perception check to see whether there's any around.
I'll do a perception check to see if they're around, and then if it seems like there's no one like right around our area, I just want to kind of bring it up as I'm not sure that Faint has necessarily noticed or picked up on the fact that that's who we were potentially looking out for.
Yeah, so do another perception there. Yeah, when you look around, from what you gathered of those 20, 25 people, you don't think any of them are inside of this hall. At very least, they're not immediately near you when you go to say this.
Faint, I'm not sure if you put two and two together, but that was when we were in Caer Konig, and I spoke with them. They gave me the bag with the note on it, and we're looking for a murderer. That was the caravan they spoke of. Those were the people. The dark-haired man was the one they accused, the one who seemed not to be affected by the cold, with the rather gloomy disposition. He is the one they suspect as the murderer.
Yeah, I wasn't present for that. I think you stepped to one side to have the conversation. So you mentioned that there was a caravan we need to keep our eye out for. So I think you're a bit more clued in on this than I am. But if you think he's fishy, then I think he's fishy too. I mean, she did try and loot our friend's corpse after all.
Yes, I did not seem like the best time to speak with them or confront them, but I suspect that just their disposition and the way they would treat the dead, I have a feeling that they probably are not the best people to be entangled with. But given our situation at the time, it seemed better to pay them and use their services.
Again, you would well know that exactly what they do is what they were trying to do there. Part of them traveling between the 10 towns is that they basically loot anything they find on the tundra and they sell it when they get to another 10 town. So when an expedition dies off, those are the people who salvage everything that they lost.
Yeah, makes sense.
But usually they don't kill the expedition, right?
I mean, there's nobody left alive to tell.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what we're suspecting, because that's basically what the girl had like accused them of, was basically like just murdering people and stealing their shit, like when no one's around.
So what are you
Well,
thinking?
part of what she was telling you, though, is that he in particular murders inside of the towns. They're pretty sure everybody kind of like hand waves away that what Torga does is shady because the people of 10 towns need somebody like that. Like a town like Good Mead doesn't really have a general store. So they need somebody who actually brings them goods like that. Whereas like he seems to murder people where he goes. And that's kind of the different level of what she was getting at.
So what are we thinking then? We just keep an eye on them, or you thinking we hire them to take us somewhere and see what happens?
There are quite a few of them, and they seem rather powerful and well equipped. I'm not sure we are ready to handle the situation, but it is best that we keep an eye on them while they are nearby, for our own safety and the safety of others. I would like to pursue the course of the town speaker and investigate the giants, but it is important that we ask around about them while they are here.
Yeah, it could be right. We've got something to do while we're here in the meantime, but just concerned they might be leaving soon if they're a trading company that travels.
Yes, I agree, but like I said, I'm not sure we are ready to confront them. They are many and we are few, and they must be powerful to survive these lands and travel between the towns. I think that when the time is right, we will have no problem finding them. The only thing I am worried about is the poor souls that may fall victim to them in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's only two of us at the moment since we've lost Parris, so yeah, we're not really at our full strength. And I guess people will be at risk in the meantime, but we'll just be more victims of theirs if we confront them now. So the sensible thing to do would be to bide our time until it's right.
2 and some change, perhaps 3, if this one chooses to stay with us, join us in our quest. We cannot promise you, but along the way, you will gain some notability, some wealth, and we will equally address any situations you would like as well. Be happy to have you with us, my friend. And he's saying this to Kansas.
I would appreciate that. You seem very loyal to your fallen comrade. I admire that in people.
Yeah, she was a good friend.
Yes, she was much to us, much more than a friend. We have some history together. I met her in this land, and she helped me. She helped me into the wilderness to pursue my brother, and this is how I met fate. Unfortunately, my brother met an untimely demise. Not that it was not well deserved, but she was a good friend and loyal herself. It would be a shame to lose her. She will be. It will be hard for you to fill her shoes, but we would be glad to have you at our side.
Well, I would be glad to join you.
Well, the more the merrier, I guess. Seems like our goals are aligned, so.
Yes, tell us a little about yourself. You say you are a druid as well. What powers or abilities? What is your specialty?
Well, I don't know about specialty, but I can do some of the little things that druids can do. So I will, I guess, make a flower in my hand, like not a rose, like a daisy, something more spring-like. And then I will hand it over to Ezekiel. And then I will make a different flower, like a tulip, and hand it over to Fane. I can do things like this.
Well, thank you. That's very useful. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's not the most useful thing, but sometimes I can do helpful things also. I'm kind of junior as a druid. I'm just learning stuff, but they sent quite a few of us out from my order to investigate the situation. It's awful the way the land is frozen. It's it's very uncomfortable for all the little creatures.
So that's your main goal, is it? To get rid of Oral so the animals can have a normal climate again?
Not so much to get rid of her, but to put the world back into balance. She should have part of the year, not the entire year. It's always dark now. People are very sad when it's dark, and they're cold, and they're also sad when it's cold.
Yes, you are not wrong. I think it would be better for this world if things were back in line.
If it means we can eat something apart from fish, then I'm up for it.
Well, eventually I'll be able to make these things called good berries, and they're different from fish.
Well, if they're edible and not fish, then it's definitely interesting to me.
They're a nice way to sustain health in between having really wonderful meals in a tavern. They're also free.
What do you say they were called? Soylent berries?
No, good berries, but I can't do them
Oh,
yet.
oh, my mistake.
Still
Well,
working on it.
I'll look forward to trying one when you can.
All right, I will study some more. I can make water. Of course, here I think it would just freeze. Uh, I can cure some wounds, and if necessary, I can create wounds on some other creatures if they're being particularly mean. That's about it. Oh, and sometimes I can tell what the animals want.
What animals want is not just food and shelter and a place to shit, I think. It's about my oh shit, hang on. And I reach into the bag and I go, wait, maybe I shouldn't pull one out in the middle of here, but yeah, we got this bag and we can kind of summon animals now.
What kind of animals?
Well, I've only pulled two out so far, and it seems to be some kind of lucky dip, to tell the truth. I mean, you seem to like animals quite a bit. I think the idea is that you pull an animal out, it's pretty random, but then you can command them to do things.
Really? Like, if I want a rabbit will come out?
I don't think you get to choose. I think it's more lucky, you know. Might be something shit like a little ferret we had before, or you never know, might be something, I don't know, like a dragon. No, dragons aren't furry. A big furry animal.
Like that goat. That goat was huge.
I'd be surprised if you could pull a goat that size out of this bag, but yeah, you can pull animals out of it. I mean, do you summon animals? I know some druids do stuff like that.
No, I don't summon them, but and can talk to them. You're right. Usually they just want food.
Well, this might be something that's more up your alley then. And I chuck the bag over to her.
Okay, so I will now investigate this bag and I will reach my hand in and pull out something magic.
Whoa.
Nothing in there. It's just an empty bag.
Don't do it yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure you got to attune to it first, but also, in here, you don't know what animal you're gonna get. Don't do it in the middle of a tavern, It might end up being something nasty and then people are in danger and we get chucked out and then we're not allowed mead anymore.
Oh, I see. You're not joking with me, are you?
No, he speaks the truth, but so far he has reached into it twice. I believe it's once a day. And the first day he pulled out a wet weasel. The second was a rat, so I'm not sure what will be next, but I suspect that inside of an establishment is probably not the best idea.
A weasel and a rat?
Yeah, neither of them were particularly useful. I quite liked the weasel, but it didn't really do a lot. It also died pretty much instantly.
So when they come out, they're actual animals and they're alive. They're not illusions or conjured animals?
Well, I think it's somewhere kind of in between. I don't think they're purely material live animals. I think they're sort of fey creatures, if you will.
Yeah, like the weasel lasted to sunrise, and you basically saw as the aurora kind of like started to shine, the weasel disappeared. And then the giant rat, when it got killed by the goat, nothing was there. It just kind of blinked out of existence.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, you get 3 charges per day with it, but you've got to attune to it first. I'll remove it from my inventory if you want to add it to yours. I think it's something that would be thematically quite good for your character. So it just means that if you do it in battle, it takes a bonus to action to pull an animal out. But if you do it before battle, then obviously it still consumes a charge, but you can have an animal ready before you go into a fight. So, but you just need to attune to it for an hour before you can use it.
Okay.
Oh, I never picked up that it had charges. Okay, my bad. So yeah, if she reached in there, there would be something fuzzy in there.
Even
If
though
you
I'm not
reload,
attuned?
though, I don't think it takes attunement. Yep, no attunement's necessary. If you guys reload Faint, you should no longer have it, and it should be on your character sheet with Kansas.
Thank you.
Oh wait, is it 3 times per day? I was under the impression it was once a day.
No,
Yeah,
3
I thought
times
it
a
was
day.
once a day. Yeah, it's like the last line says once 3 fuzzy objects have been pulled out of it.
So it's actually a really good item, provided you get good animals out of it. But yeah, I think for you as a druid, it will be good for you, for your character.
Well, a lot of it also comes down to what you're trying to do, because pulling a weasel out is good for stealthing around. Pulling a giant elka around isn't going to help you kind of investigate an area. But if you're in the middle of a battle, like throwing the giant elk out at the goat would have been a completely different story than throwing the giant rat. And that's definitely where the randomness comes in. Where you're like, go fight this goat, and a rat pops out. You're like, fuck.
I'm still trying to find it in my list of stuff.
Did you reload your character?
Yeah.
Should be under your equipment. It's the top one. It looks green, and it says gray bag of tricks.
Oh, there. Now it is.
Yeah, so don't go pulling anything out here in the middle of this mead hall. Just, at least wait until we get outside to try it.
All right. I would really like to see what comes out. I'd like a rabbit. They're friendly.
Yep, but you don't get them forever. You just get them till the end of the day, and you can do it 3 times a day. But seems like it might be your kind of thing. You like animals so much. I quite like the weasel, I'll be honest with you. I was surprised how much I liked the weasel, but yeah. Come morning, he was gone. Poor little... Oh, I don't remember what I called him now, actually. Weasel.
All right, I'm reading this. It's a fuzzy object, and then it says dire wolf.
But yeah, I think it's like a patch of fur you effectively can feel. That's what I imagined it in my head. And then as you pull it out the bag, it magically becomes like the animal that you've rolled for.
Yeah.
It's like a furry Pokeball
yeah, it's a
with
little
like
puppy
critters.
thing, and then it becomes a giant elk. It's great. That's great. That's a totally cool thing.
So while you all are sitting back, like playing with the bag, eventually Ariana comes back with the soups for you all, and probably like 10-15 minutes after that, Jaeger is going to arrive through the front door. Um, Looks around for a few moments before he ends up walking up to you all, and he'll just approach the table and my apologies for interrupting. I understand you have returned to go after the giant who has slain Kendrick.
Yes, that is correct. It's no interruption. Nice to see you again. I don't suppose you have made any progress in this.
We went to clean up this scene that Treff has found, but nobody was interested in going after the giant. We have a small fighting force here, and whatever could slay our greatest warrior and 5 of our other guards was beyond what anybody was willing to go after. And I don't think it is my part to order all of our guards to go off on this mission. We've decided with Oravessa and Shandar's thoughts that we need to have a decision of the new town speaker to make this choice. They each agree that there is a contrary approach to move forward here. Olavessa is sure that the gods will provide us with adventurers who will slay this beast. Shandar thinks the 16 of us should go and try to slay this creature.
I can understand both arguments. While the priority of keeping the town is safe, if the threat is not impending, it makes little sense to pursue it. But bureaucracy can often complicate things. Perhaps we are the adventurers you need or want. Would be glad to have a look. Before we go, we have had some confusion in the past. Is there a reward or some position, gold, anything that is offered for getting to the bottom of this or killing the giant?
Let me get a perception from you. You just see as he looks down, we have very little to offer. We can give you Reemwin board and any mead that you would care to drink for a 10-day. Beyond that, hopefully this creature has taken what you might be able to find as a reward.
Understood.
Ariana had mentioned that you all also require some more goods for your venture. We do not have much in town that is not in particular dealing with the trade of mead. But I am aware that Torga's has recently arrived. What in particular do you require?
Yes, we rode in with Torga's caravan, trading goods. I'm not sure what supplies we need specifically, to tell you the truth, but more importantly, we just needed a place to rest before we depart again, as we have only just arrived. But perhaps you can tell us a little more about Torga and her right-hand man. I'll look around to see, make sure they're still not around.
As he sees you kind of looking around the area, he'll set a hand on your shoulder, assuming you're sitting to the outside, essentially next to him. He'll set a hand on your shoulder. They do not often come in for anything. They are rather self-sufficient in their travels, and will more than likely never leave their actual caravan as they set up next to the temple. I know little of her people. They come to us for a few days every month. Sometimes with what we have requested from the month before, sometimes not. It is not always easy for them to acquire what it is that we might need, but that is their main business. They are a great asset to many of the towns here, and they do much to keep us all alive through this great winter. If their means are not entirely acceptable, most of us look away, for much of what they accomplish is on the open tundra.
There is a man who travels with her, a dark-haired man who seems comfortable in the cold. Have you witnessed or heard of any of his dealings? Anything that stands out? Perhaps violence or murder within the towns?
I believe you speak of one Cephalocautro. He too is a follower of Oral, perhaps a little bit fanatical. I have not seen him as a criminal, but we have not had a murder here in Good Mead in some time. Perhaps Kendrick would have known better from his own travels to Bryn Shindar. We do not sacrifice people when the children come calling. And I have heard from East Haven, at very least, that there are some who try to avoid the lottery, and that the children have their way of punishing them.
What lottery?
Oh, you're in for a treat with this one.
The cult of Oral has pushed for us to sacrifice to her in the new moons. We in Good Mead go without heat for one day, and we burn a great beer for her in this way. As I understand, Rinchindar, East Haven, and Termalane all sacrifice people
People?
It is Oro's way.
See, this is what I don't like about Oral.
She is a god. Who are we to fight what she asks?
Well, she's not very nice, and it's not as though she does something nice for someone. What does she do for you?
No one has ever accused the gods of being nice. They do as they will. It is their power that gives them these choices.
Humph.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Don't really know what she gets out of it, but she seems to be enjoying it, otherwise she wouldn't do it.
Kansas, you can do a religion check.
You might need to refresh Roll20, by the way, Jamie. It says you've left the game.
Player 1
Yeah.
has left the game. The old in and out.
Nope, that didn't work.
You just showed a 13 here, rolling.
Okay.
I think that's enough that your druid circle would understand that Oro's presence in the world is already something different, other, and wrong. I think if your circle has a motivation to stop her, that is what they're focused on. For many generations, even among druids, the gods have been removed from the physical planes. They don't live here. They're separated from here. They affect people and the world through people like Ezekiel, through people like paladins who are fanatics for them. Perhaps that's even something you could understand that maybe this Sefik Caltro is. But in particular, your druidic circle is probably focused on this idea that for whatever reason that Oral is here, her power is too much for this land. And that's why the eternal winter has descended. She might have more of a reason for it, but as a winter goddess, she's overwhelming the natural order of the seasons. And though a summer here is a very summer is a lightly used word for what summer means here. The snow melts, but not much. But with 3 years and nothing melting, the balance is off. And I think that's kind of the general sense. You don't necessarily know why Arl is here, but the fact that she is effectively that gods don't no longer belong on the physical plane.
In Waterdeep, there is a child's tale, a midnight story called Frozen. Reminds me of this.
Oh yeah, let it snow, let it snow.
Yes,
I think they've let it snow. I think there's too much snow.
That's exactly what it reminds me of, though.
Totally.
All I can think of is the snowman singing about summer.
Yeah, so I don't know what else you guys had in mind, but I'm down to catch some Z's and then head off like first thing in the morning. I still have a decent amount of rations, no torches, but if you have some torches, I obviously have light as well. Um, I don't know if you need to get any particular gear for Kansas or anything, Jamie.
Nah, she filched all the cold weather clothing off the halfling, which is like 4 times her size, but apparently it magically fits. And
You would
anyway,
have
no one would
you
be
would have
stupid enough to
started with
come up
cold
here.
weather clothing.
Yeah, no one would be stupid enough to come up here without like a parka and stuff.
Yeah, I think anything that you need to modify, like when we get a room tonight or whatever, perhaps like we could sort of like cut to size and then I could do like sort of a mending on it and sort of like refashion it or repair it to fit you a little more appropriately.
I'd appreciate that.
Not sure exactly how mending works. It says it repairs a break or tear in an object. I'm not sure if like you could basically take like a piece of wood, cut the center out of it, and then mend it back together, or if it has to be repaired exactly how it was. But I mean, you know, depending how creative we could get with it, I could potentially modify whatever needed be.
Well,
Yeah, I
out of
mean,
game, I don't
again,
think it has to be. I think it just, you just get it and it works.
I think that's beyond generally what mending is able to do. But again, she starts with cold weather clothing. She's not lacking those.
I got you. Yeah, I feel like mending is more of like a flavor thing. Like there's definitely some times when it could come in useful, but I took it more for like I felt like it would be cool or like flavor.
In the right cases, like if you guys are in a boat and take like a very little bit of damage, mending can fix that. If you break into a lock, mending might be able to fix it. That's where mending gets like stupid powerful. If you're doing like a sneak kind of mission where you're trying to get in and get out without being noticed, mending can also often help you break into stuff and hide it. Um, it's definitely one of those things. I feel like you've already used it where you guys got attacked by the tigers and you mend the tears in your clothing. Stuff like that is definitely where mending kind of shines, where it's like I never have to replace my clothing because I fix any damage of battle like day to day.
I like the part where you mended your ego.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much good. I imagine that they gave us some sort of map or direction as to where to go, as well as whatever details they had. I know originally they like didn't want to talk about where this happened at.
Fef was unwilling to go back, but effectively, yeah, like you can get Jaeger to show you where it happened now that he knows. So that's on the table where you can get shown to that area, and then you guys will have to try to find beyond there. But yeah, Fef is still not going back there. He's essentially got PTSD. He's scarred.
Yeah, so I think that would be our next course of action if everybody's ready to call it a night and then sort of speed on through.
Yeah, sure, sounds good.
Is everybody planning on leveling into the same classes?
Yep.
Like saying like a third level and the same. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. If you were to level to level 3 right now, are you going for cleric?
Yeah, I'm planning on doing cleric exclusively.
Jamie, druid sound good for
Yeah.
Kansas? So let me have all three of you roll a d8. So if you all go into your characters and on the character tab, click to edit yourselves and add another level into rogue, cleric, and druid. You should then be able to edit your hit points above and add that 6, 4, and a 4. And that should give you your new level 3 characters. take a few moments to get those set up, and we'll be on a break here for a little bit, and then we will pick up tomorrow when you all wake up in the morning.
Does it say if you're supposed to add a cantrip when you level up or not, like in D&D Beyond?
I think if you go in to edit your spells, it might, but I don't think in particular it's going to tell you. If it does, I think it would tell you on that character screen. If you go all the way to the bottom, it tells you what you're going to get on your next level. But I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to get a fourth cantrip. Still has you at 3, and that's all. But like, if you weren't happy with like how I rule with mending, this would be a time that you could also replace mending. Is on a level.
On this this long rest, by the way, this night thing, what Faint's going to do is, whilst meditating, he's going to open up the book that he has, which he stole, and for the first time, he's going to start reading through it.
What book do you have?
The weird magical-esque book that he stole for a client, but then decided to keep for himself, and that's why he fled Waterdeep.
All right, I got you. You want to use that to predict the weather?
Sure. That was just I
It's
hit
going to
it
be
by
cold
accident.
and snowy.
Yeah, I
Do
can
you want
kind
to
of
use
dig
it to
that,
predict what you're going to have for dinner next time?
buddy.
Good, because you can't, but you're going to have trout. I feel like Druidcraft got the shit end of all of the like interesting basic cantrips.
So wait, do you have the player's manual right in front of you?
I've got the PDF. I can open it. Yeah. What are you thinking?
So what do I actually like get when I reach 3rd level? Do I get like 2 second level spells, 1 second level spell? Like what actually goes up? Because I'm having trouble with D&D Beyond.
I think you had 2 more. They don't necessarily have to be second level, but you did get 2 more spells, I think. But give me a second, and I will. Yeah. So you got 2 spell slots. You should have 4 first level and 2 second levels, and you should have 3 cantrips known. And I think your total spells known is 3 plus your wisdom modifier. So I think your wisdom is a 3. So I think you should have 6 total spells, like 3 cantrips and then 6 spells.
And does that include like the ones that I automatically know from being?
Oh yeah, so I think you should have those too. So I think an 8 total spells sounds right to me. So to guiding bolt, to sanctuary, shield of faith. I feel like maybe one more.
Okay, so I feel like I have lesser restoration and warding bond and spiritual weapon automatically. And then if I get rid of one of my first level spells, I think I can add a second level spell.
Yeah, so you're not actually limited on, like, you could prepare all second level spells. You just would only have access then to like cure wounds for your like first level spell slots. But yeah, you can prepare and unprepare all of your normal spells at will every single long rest.
Oh, so it's not like a wizard where I have to learn specific spells and that's it. I have access to any of these spells anytime I take a long rest. Okay.
Correct. Clerics, druids, paladins, And I feel like artificers, when they take a long rest, they have access to every single spell, and you can choose freshly. There's no limitation on their spells to actually learn them because effectively you're gaining them from a god.
Yeah, okay, that's wild as hell. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like when you know what you are trying to accomplish, you can super specialize yourself for that day. Um, and then like if you throw like a left hook into it, all of a sudden you can be like, yeah, I am not prepared for that. That's the one thing I'm not prepared to do. Yeah, and that's part of where like the life cleric really does shine, because the shit that you auto prepare are some of those spells where it's like, yeah, you already are always want those prepared. So you get to choose like that specialization um much more.
Okay, I'm good to go now.
Oh shit,
Yeah, that's
Sanctuary
huge for me.
isn't
Oh, go ahead. What now?
Sanctuary is not concentration?
No, no, it's not. That's why that was so cool. Is I was actually able to have Bless still up, and then cast Sanctuary.
Yeah, that was definitely my bad. I think I keep like mistaking Sanctuary almost for the Shield of Faith. Because Sanctuary basically says just don't attack, and you've got it.
Well, there's Sanctuary, and that one's like not concentration. Warding Bond is not concentration. Enhance Ability is concentration. So there's like lots of them that basically do the same thing, and some just randomly require concentration, others do not.
Wording Bond is the one that you got the ring for?
Yeah, that's the one. That one is not concentration, and it lasts an hour.
So concentration, does that mean I can only do one of those spells and I have to like focus on it? If I'm knocked unconscious, does that still continue?
You cannot concentrate while you are unconscious. Druids are concentration whores, though, so yeah. Most of your spells are going to be concentration, and you have to figure out in the moment which one you want to concentrate on. Part of what druids do, though, is that they are really, really heavy on the concentration spells.
So I can only have either bark skin or spider climb up at a time.
I was vaguely not thinking bark skin was concentration, but yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, and if you have one up and you cast another one, the first one just goes away. And then also, when you get hit, whenever you take damage, you have to roll a concentration check to maintain your concentration.
Yep, right now, how I see you set up, you have the choice of like basically maintaining concentration with bark skin or spider climb, but you can't do both.
Yeah, they just showed up automatically when I leveled. I thought I had to pick one, but apparently I get both.
Well, those might be from your circle of the forest. That might be
Yeah,
what that is.
they're from the circle, but
Yeah.
I didn't. I thought I only would be able to pick one of them. And at any given moment, I can only pick one of them, but they're both available.
No, it's pretty much the same style as with clerics. The actual like subclass spells you're just getting. Um
Oh, okay, so but before we go to sleep for the night, even though we've already gone to sleep for the night, I just thought about it. Can I go out back and pull something out of the bag and see what I get? Because I'm a gnome and that just seems like a thing to do.
yeah, roll a d8.
You're like in bed, like by your sleeping bag, and you like just pull something out like sneakily. You're like, I gotta see.
You pull out a giant elk. I don't mean to like fully influence you either, Justin, but aid is one of the most powerful spells in the game as well.
All right, so like now is it my pet until the morning or what?
I mean, you summoned it. I think you can send it away. You'd have to look at the gray bag of tricks to really know, but technically, yes, I think it is summoned till morning unless you dismiss it or kill it.
This is the coolest present ever.
I thought it would suit your character very well, so that's as much as I thought it was cool as well. I thought it's definitely something for you.
Of course, now I have this giant elk.
Well, we're going to bed now, aren't we? Didn't you pull it out just before we went to bed? So,
Right. So now I have to figure out how to make it go away.
well, it'll be gone in an hour or two. Just have it guard the door or something. Just command
Right.
it
I'll
to
try
just not
speak with
shit for 2
animals.
hours.
I'll try speak with animals and see what it thinks.
Did you have speak with animals at level 2?
What are you asking it about?
How's it feel? Is it hungry? Is it happy? Is it going to be okay standing out here in the dark?
You're just gonna kind of see it as it stretches its legs a little bit, and kind of stretches its front right leg, stretches its front left leg. I feel strong.
Well,
I'm
that's good.
not hungry. It is dark. I like the light.
Well, I'm glad to meet you. I just wanted to say hi, and I'm gonna go to bed now. So you can hang out here if you want to, and I'll come and see you in the morning.
We can't snuggle.
It's kind of cold out here for me.
I might be cold too. What's cold?
You're an elk. You have good fur. You're not cold.
So I can come inside?
No, no, the people don't think you should go inside. You're too big. You're bigger than a horse.
Where do I go?
You stay outside, here, in the forest.
Gonna look around. Where's the forest?
I kind of figured we were backed up to the forest. Are we in the city? I guess we're in the city.
Yeah, you guys are still in Good Mead, so you could point off to like the northwest. But basically, like the actual, like the mead hall, and then the like barracks are to the south of that. So you guys are pretty far from the actual trees. I would assume you're next to that dock effectively, but you could point wherever the forest is, but it can't see. It's dark.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I just had it in my mind that like I was gonna go in back of the tavern and be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna surreptitiously pull this giant animal out of a bag and then because I don't quite believe that it's a giant animal, and then I don't know what to do with it now that I have this giant animal. So I feel like I'm kind of telling it like a dog to like hang out for a while.
Where's the forest?
It's up that way. Um, so I will now go walking with the giant elk and see if we can go find the forest, which is up that way.
What direction are you walking it?
Northwest, where I see lots of trees, and
Are you taking it to the actual forest?
yeah, I'll take it to the actual forest. Doesn't seem that far away, and I think I recall that people here don't have windows.
Yep. So you can walk it off to the forest, and then once it gets there, it's just gonna kind of like turn around and look at you longingly.
I'm gonna go and sleep in a bed tonight. Sometimes I sleep in the woods, but not tonight. Okay?
What's a bed?
It's a soft thing.
I'm soft.
Well,
Uh,
no, you're not actually. You're very strong.
It like rubs its face against its like front quarters, and its antlers are probably like 5 times the size of you. This creature weighs probably like 1.5 tons. A giant elk is effectively a moose. This thing is massive, and you are tiny.
Right. So I'm gonna like reach up and like pat it on the nose and just be like, "It's time to go to sleep."
And it's still just gonna look at you longingly.
I'm gonna wave goodbye and head back to the inn and hope it doesn't follow me.
Roll a perception check. You get back to the inn, it's like 30 feet behind you.
You like turn around to see if it's following you, and it like quickly juts behind like a tree that's like 8 inches wide, and you can clearly still see
Exactly.
it.
Completely. I'm just picturing light posts, but they don't have lamp posts where we are. Picturing that.
There's like nowhere to hide. It just like puts its head down in the snow and like covers its own eyes. It's like, you can't see me if I can't see it, right?
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the woods with it this time and just hang out with it. And I'm gonna remember that they said that these things went away in the morning.
So you're sleeping out in the woods with it?
Yeah, it's big. It'll be warm. I'll just hang out next to it. I'm a forest gnome. It's okay. Like, I think there are towns in Alaska where like moose and polar bears occasionally walk down the street.
About 3 hours into the night, it like gets up and kind of like drops you back off into the snow, and it starts to like stamp its feet. It seems to be defending you from something.
Okay, so what can I see?
Roll a perception check.
I love how I come back and it's still going on about this giant elk.
As you look off just beyond the giant elk, there seems to be a wolf, but just a single wolf.
It's got to be a really stupid wolf.
God, yeah, what an idiot wolf.
I mean, I'm picturing this like small dog and this giant moose.
Have you checked out the stat block for a giant elk?
No,
If you're
but I
looking
think
at
it's
yeah.
gigantic.
Are you gonna trust that it can guard you through the night? Are you going back to sleep?
Yeah, I'm gonna think this thing can guard me. It's let's see, 42 hit points, 19 strength, 14 armor class. Uh, I'm gonna go with the fact that I'm a forest gnome, and if this thing disappears, then I'll probably wake up before the wolf chews on me. But I'm probably wrong.
How many wolves do you know that hunt alone?
That's a good point. All right, well, I guess I won't go back to sleep then.
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna hang out and watch. until,
You're
it's
not going
on.
to level up if you hang out and do this. Leave the creature to its own. You summoned a creature, and you're either going to not level, or you're going to leave it alone. If you stay out there with it, I am going to let those guys level up to level 3, and you are going to be level 2.
Okay, fine. I'll go back to the hotel.
It follows you back.
Fuck.
You summoned it right before going to bed. You have a pet. Just suffer through the fact that it's going to hang out, longingly waiting for you because you summoned a pet.
You could
Well,
have commanded. If they could
it
have
can't
commanded
come
to
up
fight it.
into the room, though, because we're like on the second floor, right?
There's no way it could fit inside of that place. Its antlers are the size of that small house, like that's in front of the barracks. Its antlers are probably 5 to 6 feet tall and about 6 to 8 feet wide.
That's got to be awful inconvenient to walk around with that thing on your head.
It's good for rutting with, though.
I mean, its neck is probably twice the size of your entire character, if not 4 times.
Right, but then you get all tangled up in the trees.
You do know that moose knock down trees, right? They don't get tangled up, the trees fall for them.
All right.
But yeah, you found a giant moose, or a giant elk. You have summoned it, and it's got a single tear that falls from its eye as you walk into the door, and it waits there.
All right. Well, at least it's not charging through the wall trying to get to me.
So you all can wake up the next morning if everybody is all set, and basically, under the idea that you would have basically told Jaeger what time you would hope to leave, you can essentially meet him back at the Mead Hall. If you all would like to get breakfast, you can either do so, and then he'll arrive shortly afterwards for that time. But he has a small family here in town, so he'll probably have breakfast with his family before setting out with you all.
Okay, so I'm gonna go look for the elk and see if it's still out back.
It is not there. No, if you went into the front of the barracks, that's where it would have waited for you. It was
Fuck.
following you from the moment you summoned it.
All right. Well, at least I have an idea about the kind of thing that I might get if I reach into the bag.
So, assuming you all have breakfast, finish up in the mead hall. When you go to step outside, you see Torgas is still set up over by the Flaming Sword, the Shrine of the Flaming Sword. You can eventually see as Jaeger kind of walks up from that northwestern side of the mead hall, and he will greet you all there and essentially, are you all ready to travel? Are you prepared?
Get some as ready as I'll ever be.
Yes, as am I. Stomach full and prepared for battle.
Well, we'll see what's out there.
We have a short walk to the area where everybody was. We have a short walk to where theft found happening. I will lead you all there. And it's about a half hour into the actual woods that he will start to head off, and you start to progress into the woods to the northwest of Good Mead. And after some time, you arrive at a small clearing that was not there days ago. You can see some pink kind of lying beneath the snow, belying that there was blood spilled here, and that the snow is almost a few inches lower in parts from the actual warm blood basically being spilled in this area. You can see signs of about 12 trees have been split about 3 to 6 feet above the ground. And where they are split, they're just splintered, and the trees have fallen over. Mostly in like a northwestern direction, but some of them in other directions as well. As you all get there, if you would like to investigate the area and see what you can find, let me get an investigation from you all.
I'm going to get distracted by some random trees and determining what kind they are from the bark.
They're like all pine trees, all conifers. As you're looking around, you can see, Ezekiel, most of these trees have been felled by some sort of blunt force trauma, basically. You see signs of that southeastern side of the tree on the lower end of the splinters, like on the trunk side that's still like inside of the ground. There's basically like a rounded point where it seems like something like a club smacked into this tree, and this tree shattered in that opposite direction and fell. So you're basically seeing signs that whatever this giant was that killed people in this area was probably wielding a blunt force weapon, and it basically was taking out these trees in the effort to kill the guards that it had slain at this point. Looking around, you all do see signs that it leads off to the northwest afterwards, but the tracks themselves are quite faint, and it's going to be difficult to track them at this point. But when you are ready, I believe it's going to be Kansas doing survival checks to push on.
And our guide, I'm assuming, is going back to town?
At this point, Jaeger will offer to follow, but he is not going to be fighting the giant with you. But he will try to assist in any way that he can on the way there.
Yes, please keep a safe distance, my friend. I would hate for anything to happen to you. You have a family to care for, but we appreciate your service. I'll like keep light on the tip of my spear to try to like help through the snow, and I will just go second, I guess. If you're leading the way, Jimmy.
Sure, you can easily see above me. Possibly not over top the giant backpack I have that weighs 4 times what I do.
And then also at some point in time, I will have given you the ring from Parris, and I will give you a brief but vague explanation. Wear this ring; it will help to keep you safe. You will not know the protection it gives you, but when the time is right, it will. Perhaps we can. Perhaps I can prevent the same fate from befalling you as fell our last tiny comrade.
All right. It's kind of strange. It's pretty. Thank you.
Of course, let us hope that it serves more of a purpose than just its looks.
So whenever you're ready, do a survival. So as you push into the forest here, you lose the tracks for quite some time, and you're pretty sure what direction they were going in, and you're kind of just pushing forward on this idea that you saw how the tracks were leading away from that scene. And it's not long after that that you actually arrive at a small stream, and start to pick up tracks again. And they're very much the same size giant feet that are probably at this point like 4 times the size of your own footprints. And you see them in the actual snowbank next to this frozen stream. And as you progress forward over that, like probably like 30 or so minutes, the tracks are there right beside the stream that whole time. And nobody's the wiser that at any given point you were kind of walking away from them and losing track of them.
Can we tell, like, are there any signs as to, like, if these tracks are still fresh? Is there any way to know if this thing has, like, still been in the area recently?
These tracks, you could ask Kansas, and she could reply that the tracks are probably 3 or so days old.
They're really big, though, right? And there's only one set.
Make an intelligence check. There's 2 sets of footprints, and they are walking in the same footsteps.
Okay, it looks like there were 2 of these. So there will be 2 very, very large, angry, evil creatures when we get to the end of this path. I mean, they might not be evil, but they probably won't be friendly.
I mean, all those people got killed. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be friendly.
It is rather unfortunate. I'm not sure we'll be able to handle 2. Perhaps we are in over our heads. Only time will tell.
So, out of character, why are we doing this? And why didn't the town send anybody in from its guard troops to help out? Is that just story?
So they haven't really got anyone capable of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, think about it like this. They have, like, their best warrior just got murdered, and, like, they have a choice now, basically, to either send out, like, the rest of their, like, diminished guards to try to kill this thing, or to just stay back and try to protect the town.
That makes sense. I'm just 2.5 feet tall, so, it seems like I wouldn't be that great a champion, but hey, we will try. And plus, maybe I'll get another elk.
That's what you heard last night, though, was that one of the candidates wants to send everybody in. One of them wants to hold back and be defensive and hope somebody who's adventurous and capable comes in and kills that for you. Or for them, rather. But part of what they told you was those 5 guards were 1/4 of their entire guard force. And Kendrick was their best warrior, and Jaeger was his apprentice of sorts. So basically, the 16 guards that they have remaining is approximately 1/3 of what already got killed by one of these creatures, which you guys now know there are 2 of them.
I think if we go at them from the front, we'll be dead.
Maybe there's some kind of way to separate them.
If there are 2 creatures, and they are wise enough to hide their numbers in the same footsteps, if you read this correctly, perhaps we have no chance. But if they have stolen our mead, we can also attempt to treat with them. We are much more capable of paying with goods than we are with lives. If you can find a way to parlay, we have mead to offer.
Not made of fish.
We trade our meat for fish. We are actually quite fortunate. We are the only of the 10 towns, well, maybe Brinshindar, but the only of the 10 towns that does not have to fish. We are quite proud of this. Nobody in our town smells a fish because they are a fisher. But we still have to eat the knucklehead trout. They are the only protein that we can catch.
You would have us treat with these creatures, exchange meat for truce?
If you can eradicate them, that may be the best choice. Giants are dangerous creatures to have nearby. But we do not have a fighting force for any sort of giant that would be so tactical as to hide their numbers. I don't know your capabilities, but I am just saying we have mead. It is what we produce. If we can buy off a danger with something we have in abundance, it is an option.
Let us hope that that is our last resort, as I have found that in my limited experience with diplomacy, that once you begin to pay a ransom, so to speak, it escalates quickly.
So you all continue to follow this stream for some ways. Let me have you roll another survival.
We don't even feel the cold. It is so nice out here.
Doing a lot better than my survival rolls, that's for sure.
This is among the first time that Faint as well as Ezekiel are actually enjoying like a break from the wind. This is one of those unique locations where this stand of trees, this forest is large enough that though you still hear a roar of the winds about you and the conditions, there's a light snowfall in here. It's dark. There's some sense of the light of the aurora about you. But in general, this is one of the few places that no matter how loud the wind gets, the trees do a pretty great job of actually breaking that wind. And it makes this one of the nicest places that you've kind of been since you all have been venturing through Icewind Dale here. So yes, it definitely seems to be a little bit warmer, a little bit nicer. But you all are able to follow the stream some ways. There's certainly times that you lose sight of the stream where the snowbanks kind of cover it a little bit further. You try to keep to the same general direction, and in like a half hour or so, you eventually see the stream almost like 20 feet away from where you're walking, and you're able to kind of push back to it, and once again see those same footprints left in the snow, still days old. It doesn't seem like this thing takes this course of action on a regular basis. And you're still not approaching a point where it travels regularly. These seem to be footprints that are heading back in that area. And you're probably about midway through the day at that point here. Let's do another survival.
Hey, are giants considered like regular humanoids, or are they considered more like I don't know, evil creature things?
What is your intention with that question?
I'm just wondering whether it's normal to see them and kill them, I guess.
It's normal for giants to see you and kill you.
Okay.
They're not humanoids. They're more humanoid than some other creatures that you might encounter, but giants are in particular their own kind. Giants are among some of the oldest creatures in this world. They are some of the original creatures that battled with the dragons many ages ago. And I think that would be relatively common knowledge. You could do a religion check, though. Yeah, I think that's sufficient for a 10. So you all push forward for another few hours here, following the streams at time, losing the streams for a short while, and eventually you come into a bit of a clearing where the hills of the tree, like the trees, start to pick up around a hill, and it's not long before you see that the stream turns into a cavern, and as you approach it, assuming you all would like to approach a little bit more stealthy.
Yeah, I think so.
As we like sort of get to the area where we suspect we're like getting close to them or whatever, I will like pull out just a small piece of cloth and I'll like tie it around my like wrist, and then I will sort of like focus for a minute on my shield, and I'm gonna cast aid on the three of us. So we all gain 5 to our max hit points and temporary, and like it fills up.
Thank you.
Yeah, so when you apply this on your character sheet, make sure to go into your max, like into your current, and when you apply it to the bottom left where it says max hit point modifier, add 5 to that, because those are hit points that can be healed if you lose them. They're different than temporary hit points, and I think it's for 8 hours. Yeah. So for the next 8 hours, like Jamie, I think Kansas is going to be as 23 hit points is her maximum hit points.
Nice, thank you.
Which is very helpful.
Aid is an incredibly powerful spell. That's like the spell that basically, if Parris had aid on her, that blow would not have been enough to kill her because it's 10 more hit points of damage that needs to be done for an auto kill.
Yeah, I was like between that one and enhance ability, but I like that one lasts for 8 hours and is not concentration.
Yeah, enhance ability has some really, really cool uses. So it's something that maybe one day down the line you'll feel the need for, but it's one of those things like aid is just a stupid powerful spell. And because aid heals you, it's also one of those spells like if you don't cast it before a battle and somebody's at 0 hit points, you can cast aid on them. They'll gain those 5 max hit points and they are healed up to 5 hit points. So they would stand up, and unlike temporary hit points that doesn't heal them, like from your fighter days.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I definitely did not realize that. That's awesome.
So, should I cast Bark Skin, or is this the kind of thing where as soon as I get hit, it'll go away anyway? I'm confused by that.
When you get hit, you will have to make concentration checks to try to save it, but you have to take 22 damage before that concentration check is an 11 plus. So at present, you have a +2 to your concentration. If you get hit with anything, you just need to roll an 8 or better to maintain concentration. If something does 22 damage to you, you need to roll a 9 or better. If something does 46 damage to you, that would auto kill you. So there's that certain level of like something has to do a shitload of damage before it's anything else than just making a 10 plus save.
How long does Bark Skin last for, Jamie?
It's only an hour. I mean, I've got 2 slots at second level, so I'm really not sure how to do that, but my spells aren't terribly useful.
Here's the thing. Right now, one of the benefits of a druid is the idea that you can do something like cast Barkskin, turn into a wolf, and then you have a wolf's hit points before, if the wolf falls, you turn back into yourself and you are back to being a druid. That's one of the bonuses of being a druid, is that you are multiple creatures. So you have a lot of extra hit points on those levels. And bark skin technically applies once you become a wolf.
So they'd have to get through all the wolf hit points and then they hit the gnome hit points?
Pretty much, yeah. So, like, if the wolf was at 1 hit point and you took 10 hit points of damage, you would lose 9 hit points from the druid. But you basically have, 11 hit points on the wolf. You have 11 hit points just from, I think for you it's an action to turn into your wild shape. So once you use that action to do so, you would have that stat block from the wolf. So, like, if you did bark skin and then right afterwards turned into a wolf, it's 12 seconds, 2 different actions, and you would be a 16 AC wolf with 11 hit points.
So is that something I
Technically,
should do
16
now?
hit points. Technically, I think you would have the. Damn, that's a weird one. I think aid would actually affect the wolf.
So is that something I should do now or wait till we get closer or what? I've never been good at timing on this.
Yeah, that one is sort of just discretionary. With mine, it was 8 hours, so I figure in the next 8 hours we'll get in a fight. I imagine we'll probably fight within an hour, but I don't know honestly.
I guess I'll try it. I don't know.
So you're casting bark skin?
Yeah, and I'll go into wolf form and see if it helps me track things better.
So I think both of those give you about an hour's time. I think you have 1 hour with your wild shape right now.
Yeah.
So as you all approach the cave mouth, let me get a stealth check from everybody. At this point now, Jamie, make sure to go over to your wild shapes, click on the wolf, and then when you do a stealth, you have a +4, but you can click from the wolf in particular. And it's just the red B that is right next to it. Like skills, stealth, +4, and then the B is what will roll it for you.
And also, might not be a bad idea to start bringing furry creatures to your side as well to see what you have available.
Technically, you would have to do that beforehand, but you guys can still do so.
Right.
While you have opposable thumbs, I don't know if it's a good idea to like reach your snout into the bag and start pulling creatures out.
Well, once she
Alright.
turns into a wolf, the bag basically becomes a part of her body.
All right, so prior to turning into a wolf, I'm going to reach into the gray bag of whatnot.
So you can roll a d8. I think that's the boar. Yep, that's the boar. So if you look under your extras, you have under summoned the boar.
Wait, I'm in extras.
Yep, you've got your wild shape and your summoned creatures. If you don't have summoned creatures right now, just reload your character sheet because I've added them all.
Oh, cool. Yeah, giant elk is listed as huge beast. There others are medium or large or tiny.
Yeah, like moose like destroy semi trucks. It's not a small thing to summon. That's why I say I feel like it's like 2 tons is kind of like a minimum, or like 2,000 pounds rather. It's kind of like the minimum weight of a moose. Maybe 1,500 pounds would be a light one.
All right, if you get 3 uses of that per day, and we're about to fight potentially 2 giants, maybe do more than one.
You only have one at a time, I think.
But you could try to find a better creature if you didn't want to go with the boar.
Can I only have one at a time?
I don't really care what it says. Yes, you can only have one at a time, but I'm pretty sure it says you can only have one.
All right, well, I will try again and see if I can get the elk back, because that was pretty cool, and I think they'd impress a giant a little bit more.
That's
Hey,
the
well done.
elk.
So I'm gonna talk to it before I become a wolf. Is it the same elk or is it a different elk?
What are you gonna say?
Hi, do you remember
Hi.
me? Do you remember me?
You seem familiar.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna go and have a fight, and it would be nice if you helped us.
I'd rather not fight you.
No, 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 no. Don't fight me.
Okay.
I'm going to turn into a wolf now. I am not going to fight you.
Were you the wolf last night?
No, I don't know what that was.
It was a wolf.
So I guess it will kind of know that I'm on its side, even if I'm a different creature.
I'm really missing Mystery McWeasel right about now.
I am glad that she has pulled an elk from the bag. It looks like she is somehow communicating with it, or at least she thinks she is.
It's gonna look over at Faint. I liked being the weasel.
Oh, it was you. I mean, who cares? You know who I am. But yeah, I didn't know you were all the same monster. That's or animal. That's brilliant. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to see you again.
This
Wait.
isn't me.
Do we hear the elk saying this like in common?
Oh shit, this one's not awakened. That is her ability to cast that spell. So really, she can't even talk to it unless you guys take 10 minutes out there. My bad. I was thinking the awakened beasts from the actual druids.
Oh no, you're good. I assumed it was her ability to speak and understand the.
Yeah, she has to take 10 minutes to talk to it.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, you can burn a spell slot if you want to speak with animals, but I'm just going to say, like, you do not want to burn a spell slot going into this cavern.
nah, I don't think I do. Not for that. I will like reach up and pat it on the kneecap, I guess is what I can reach.
Yeah, we can say that you ritually did that at some point in time before now, so you're not burning a spell slot, but you could have had that moose anytime along the way, so.
Yeah, I mean, that would work. If that was doing it well ahead of time, then yeah, that's perfectly functional.
Right, but it would take out a spell slot if I actually did speak with animals, right?
No, the
What?
ritual casting of it does not use a spell slot, but you would have had to do it basically well before the cave mouth. But you
Okay,
guys
well,
already knew you were going to fight giants. It was the right choice to do.
Yeah, the difference between normal casting and ritual casting, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that a normal cast takes up a spell slot as specified by the spell, but a ritual cast doesn't. However, it takes you 10 minutes to cast it.
Yeah, so I think Speak with Animals takes a minute to cast. If you ritually cast it, it takes 11 minutes, but it doesn't use the spell slot. That's correct. It's 10 minutes plus if you're ritual casting.
oh, okay. All right, so I've used up
Okay,
one
yes.
spell slot for bark skin, but nothing else.
That's correct.
It
So once
also-
everybody is all set, I think I still need the stealth from Kansas as a wolf.
It also says, by the way, that the creatures understand common, but they can't speak it. So it can understand us, but you just can't converse with it unless you can speak with animals, I guess.
Well, also in particular, the moose is actually like Elephine was trying to speak with creatures that were neither intelligent nor wise. And the moose is, well, neither intelligent nor especially wise. The moose is rather wise as well as rather intelligent. So it's one of the few that she could actually hold a conversation with, where a lot of the other creatures like are just going to kind of look at you like a wild animal and have very simple answers.
It's actually got like a higher charisma than most of us, I think.
Yeah, so that's still your normal stealth. Next time I need you to go to your wild shape to make sure to roll it, but I think it's pretty much the same thing. It's a +4 on a nat 20. But yeah, so you all are able to move up to these caves. As you start to approach this area, you are going to see as the footprints start to approach and they follow along this lake until you see a small stand of trees that is, it's going to be like the lower left hand side of the screen for you all. There's a small stand of trees. There's the stream goes in to a left cavern on the west side of this area. The trees, there's some fallen trees that block off a central cavern, and then the footprints actually leave the stream and they start to head into the eastern cavern. And you guys can place yourselves on this map.
So the footprints are the yellow things you drew right there?
Yep.
And does it look like the stream where it keeps going? Does it look like that will connect somehow to the cavern? Or does that look like it just goes past the mountains on the side?
I mean, for what it's worth, you guys are like, this is a pretty small area, and there's 3 different entrances that you can see ahead of you. You can make of that what you will. That's kind of where it kind of leaves you at that point.
Oh, which way are you guys thinking? I'm thinking whatever way they go in is probably not the best if we're going to try to be sneaky. But I don't know. If the other ways were better, I don't know why they wouldn't go that way.
Well, what's the plan? Are we going to talk to him or are we just going to fight him?
I think that diplomacy should be our final card, our B plan, so to speak. Hopefully, with the help of the elk and our abilities, we can defeat them.
You all seem much more capable than I. I'm going to hide in this pine tree, and I will see you later. And you're just gonna see as Jaeger basically drops, like crawls underneath that pine tree to the west of Faint, and he kind of like drops beneath the snow, inside of that little area.
If there are 2 of these beasts, perhaps we could make a distraction and lure one of them out here. I have a moment's advantage against a single one as opposed to the 2.
Yeah, I think any opportunity to separate them is a good idea.
Let me get an intelligence roll from you all.
I was going to say also, alternatively, I'm not sure if these beasts are of the day or of night, so perhaps sneaking up on them would allow us an advantage if they are asleep.
Do we
Well-
know anything about giants? Like I did that religion roll. Would I know if it was daytime or nighttime thing?
I gave you all the information that you were going to get from giants.
All right.
We can always sneak in, have a look. Maybe they're sleeping, and if they are, we can sneak out and try and separate one.
Plus, it's always dark, so I guess it doesn't really matter. So basically, I'm in wolf shape right now, and I'm not talking to them anyway, right?
That's correct. You no longer have the ability to speak. I think, I guess really it comes down to Faint. You understand that something that would barricade itself into a lair is probably not going to come outside unless it did so of its own free will. So you kind of have stake out and hope that you find it wander out to do something. But making noise or something to try to attract something into an ambush is probably not how something tactical is going to operate.
Well, staking out might be a better option, because fighting them inside of a cave when they're that big might be a problem, especially when we got a giant elk that probably can't fit in there very well. Did you get that, Kansas?
Rarf?
You can still understand them. Yep, you can respond.
I'll nod.
Hey.
So is that accurate that the elk wouldn't be able to fit in the cave?
The giants fit.
True.
From what you can tell at this point, you could probably squeeze the elk into the western or the eastern caverns, but it's going to be a squeeze. That northern cavern, if you guys go close enough, it is too small for the elk. It is pretty narrowly 5 feet across. Anything that is like much larger than you will have to squeeze through that area. Something the size of the elk is incapable of getting through that 5-foot space.
Well, if it's too small for the elk, it might be too small for the giants. I'm guessing they might go in through the east because that's their only way in and out. If we go in through the northern trail, where it's smaller, if we need to retreat, we could probably run in there when they can't follow. Depends how big these giants are. Would you agree, Kansas?
I'll nod.
Yes, I am not much to scout ahead. It's difficult in my armor to be sneaky, but if the situation should arise, perhaps we can fall back into the smaller portions of the cave. But we should enter through the larger portions and utilize our beast.
Just give us a second. Let me just try something. And you see sort of like a blue light flickering from underneath Faint's hood. And then you both hear a voice in your head, in Faint's voice, saying, "Right, you can talk now. Can you hear us all right, Kansas?"
I'll nod.
You can talk back. You just have to think what you want to say.
So somebody has to say something to me so that they can understand.
You can communicate with me anytime you want. You just got to think it for the next. Oh, hang on, I need to roll something actually.
What is this? The psychic whispers?
Yep. 1d6. So for 2 hours, you two can both communicate with me psychically, and so can the giant elk. And I can communicate with you as well in return, but you can't communicate with each other.
I am curious why, in my head, you use your psychic powers and still use that strange accent rather than your normal voice. We know that you are not an old man, Fate.
Alright, I use my normal voice then. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you, Fraulein.
This is good. No, but seriously though, yeah, so we can all communicate silently now, so we can hear each other. Well, I can hear you, you
She
can hear
still
me.
can't speak to you with the wolf. She does not have language, and neither does the elk. They can understand, but they can't speak to you.
Oh, I thought they could.
No, it says towards the bottom, a creature can't use this telepathy if it can't speak any languages.
Right,
That's okay, though. That's still good because then we can talk to each other. So if you want to try to scout ahead now, potentially, and I could wait towards like the entrance of the cave so that I don't mess up the sneak rolls.
Yep, sounds like a good idea. I can scout ahead and then report back what I'm seeing.
So I will move up to like this area here and just sort of like patiently wait while Faint and whoever else tries to sneak ahead and scout the area.
I'm gonna
So
go through the.
in general, this area is not like well lit. There is some light coming in from the aurora above. What condition are you waiting in, Ezekiel? Do you have light source created right now, or are you sitting in the dark while you were stealthing?
Okay, so normally I will always have light on the tip of my spear, but for this, Faint, do you have dark vision or anything or no?
I do, but it only works when there's at least some light. I think is the ruling we've gone for, isn't it, in this game?
So
No, when you guys have night vision and you are using it, I will describe stuff to you. I'm not going to show you the map because you are seeing something different than the actual stuff before you because you see in whites and blacks.
would it be beneficial for me to give Faint light on an object that he has, or will he be able to see pretty well and be sneaky without light?
He will have a far better ability to see if he has light, but he will then be walking around with light.
Right. So what do you want, Faint? Do you want a little better ability to see, but be obviously more visible by having light, or do you want to just do your thing in the darkness?
Well, I've got a hooded lantern, so I could light that, and then I can only have the hood up a tiny bit for a sliver of light, and then as I get a bit closer, I can lower it or something.
Yeah, I mean it's up to you. Again, I just imagine that anytime it's dark and then a light source shows up anywhere, there's no way you're gonna be sneaky. That's how
Yeah, I'll go without then, and if it gets difficult, then I can always use my hooded lantern. But yeah, I'll go in without.
Okay, so I'm gonna stay out here. I will keep the tip of my spear lit. Or I could extinguish it like in the snow, but still have it lit so it's not visible. But I'll just like sort of chill out here like in the darkness. Spear tip stabbed in the ground so it's not lighting up the area.
So, Kansas, you understand that Faint is about to move forward stealthily. Are you going to follow him?
Sure, that makes sense. And see if I can sense anything that he misses.
So, what's the plan as you all start to move forward?
Can I get over the logs that they've tried to barricade it with and get in through that entrance, or is that not really something I can get
That's
past?
not really a barricade. Looking over that's fallen trees.
All right, I'll go through that way then. I think to start off with.
So you move up and towards Ezekiel, and as you get to that point, the moose is going to kind of like butt up against that entrance and just kind of like look around at you all, and it like bumps into the actual wall in that area, trying to follow you. That's my way of saying somebody with words tell the moose to wait here.
I don't think it obeys me or Ezekiel, though, does it?
As far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned, it understands you all, and it understands you are friends of the wolf that is trying to follow.
Yeah, I'll just reach up at the moose when I see it trying to move over there and touch its face, and I'll just say, "We wait here, moose. We are the reinforcements." Do I need to do animal handling, or does it just listen?
Yes, please do an animal handling. So it seems to respond, and it's just kind of staring in after Kansas, just kind of looking, and you see as it like tries to like make itself smaller, thinking that if it gets closer to the ground, it's going to be small enough. And it's not like pushing hard, but it's still kind of like bumping into the wall ahead of it. But as the two of you move down that line, depending on how far you'd like to go, you see a row of crevices in each side of this wall. Looking inside here, you have a pretty well finished wall. It's very much like smooth cave. This is not rough caverns. And on each of these crevices that are on each of the sides of you, north or east and west of you, there's 5 high and 6 or 8 long down this corridor. And do a perception check for me from both of you. Was that one of the wolf's checks, Jamie? Did you actually go to the wolf that time?
Damn it, no.
What's the wolf's perception modifier? Is it still +4? Just an advantage?
No, it's a +3.
+3? Word. So, Faint, you are able to see that all of these little crevices are filled with bodies. And they're not fresh bodies. They are all skeletal. And they all have basically the phalanges of their feet sticking out towards the central part of this corridor. So there's probably about 40 or 60 bodies interned in this little corridor that you are walking down.
Do they look like they were killed by blunt damage, or like they were bludgeoned, or anything? Are they all complete skeletons?
Right now, you're looking at feet. Do you want to pull them out?
No, probably not them.
So ahead of you, beyond this little corridor, you see a crescent shape of a wall that seems to be blocking you straight ahead. And there seems to be the glow of light beyond, maybe about 30 feet ahead of you. You can't really make out the light source. But then on the opposite side, kind of at the end of your vision of this area, the light is blocked off. But you see more of these little corridors in, again, a crescent shape. Perhaps that room is a circle, and it has these little internment points for bodies that almost come out of it like they are radiating out of the circle. And maybe the light source is the center, but it's blocked by the walls. It's hard to tell what is happening in front of you. So right now, that's just what you're able to see as you start to move down that corridor. You essentially still have Kansas right behind you. The moose is right behind her. You all can move further down that corridor. You have about 20 feet until you get to that initial wall that blocks the light from you.
Oh yeah, I'm going to move towards it, but I'm also going to telepathically tell Ezekiel what I'm seeing so far.
How far would you like to move forward?
I'll go forwards like another 15 feet. Just so I can
The
start
moose
to see
can't
around
sit,
it.
right?
The moose isn't following, I don't think.
So let me have the two of you do another stealth check. And then might as well do another perception at the same time.
Looks like my stealth didn't pick up.
What were the rolls?
No, it
11
didn't.
and 12? What were the rolls from the stealth?
No, that was it. It didn't roll,
Gotcha.
I guess.
So as you all push forward here, let me see. So as you push forward down that hall, Kansas, you are going to be inundated by the stench of death, but it's not fresh death. It's not appetizing.
Can I communicate this with either of the others?
You don't have language. While you are a wolf, you cannot speak. You can understand them, and you can hear them telepathically. And as you smell, there's smoke from fire to the east, and a wild animal coming from the west. Something in front of you that you don't recognize the smell of. There's other things to the east, but it's hard to tell. The smoke covers up a lot of what you're sensing from the east, but there's a lot more from the east than the other directions. The light ahead of you all is blocked by whatever stands about 10 feet in front of you, but its source seems to be about 20 or so feet in front of you. You see the first signs of that room kind of opens up into it seems like a circle of sorts. There's a little hall almost that might start to walk to the east and to the west, where those other little crevices on the opposite side seem to be. You can almost hear something from the opposite side. Let me get an insight from each of you. I think the insight will actually be your druid's insight, so that should be normal. But I think your wolf wild shape actually represents that anyways.
At some point in time while this is happening, I would like to do something else as this time passes. So
What are you thinking?
I want to try to feed the moose like some sort of little shrubbery or something desirable, and try to like befriend it and get on top of it. Want to mount the moose so that when the opportunity arises, I could potentially ride the moose into battle as cavalry.
You can do another animal handling right now. I think you're finding yourself charming it. It's not yet letting you mount it, but you might perhaps be able to find the way if you continue to try to charm it while they're moving forward. Kansas, you're pretty familiar with living off on your own in the wild. The sounds that you hear ahead of you are kind of a rhythmic whoosh. Sounds a lot like somebody who is sharpening a blade.
All right, so I know that sound, but I can't communicate it to anyone. Great.
You've got other ways to communicate, though. If you think about something physical, like as an example, you can tug up my cloak with your mouth or something.
Yeah, I was working on that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go up to Faint and see if I can nudge him or
What's your intention? What are you going for?
I'm trying to get him to pause to indicate that there is danger ahead, which he probably knows already. And I don't know that I can communicate any better than that.
And you're nudging him?
Yeah.
You can do a performance at disadvantage. So I would say she's kind of nudging you into like the side of the wall, like kind of towards the west. but like
Oh.
into the wall, not forward, but into the wall.
I get flat up against the wall, and I look back at Kansas, and I nod forwards and then give thumbs up, thumbs down.
I will nod. And I can't think of how a wolf would communicate besides nodding. I mean, I think we need to work this out better in the future, like raise the left paw, raise the right paw, that kind of thing.
Or nod or shake your head.
Right. So I'm gonna nod and I guess raise my paw and point.
Which way are you pointing?
Yeah, I think you're on a performance again. And then let's get a animal handling from Ezekiel.
I love you, Moose. You are a good Moose. I don't know your name, but I will call you Bullwinkle. Do you like this name? Can I ride you into battle?
It's working worse and worse.
I am going to mount you now, Moose. We will become as one.
I'm
You
just
can
picturing
hop onto the
Godorek
moose.
outside.
Wait, what did you say, Jared?
I'm picturing
can hop
Godorek
onto the
doing
moose.
this.
You
Oh,
can
yeah.
hop onto the moose. I am going to destroy that bag of tricks so quick if you are now mounting in combat. I fucking hate mounted combat in this game. The rules are so shitty.
To tell you the truth, I'm not so much concerned with actually fighting on top of the moose. For me, it's more of like a delivery mechanism to like.
Oh yeah, it's fast as fuck. I get you.
Yeah. I'm not concerned with the whole like you got to try to hit me versus the moose or any. We can ignore all that. I'm literally just using it basically as a movement device to deliver me into combat.
I mean, there would be effects of it that would actually be rather interesting, being that it would basically move on her turn, and you would just be at the whims of it because it is not a controlled thing. But like me actually hating it is because like paladins, it is a part of their being, and it is just such a shitty design for how things play out. Like mounted combat is the type of thing they never actually thought about using it, but they're like, we'll make it the core part of being a paladin, and they raised their hand like they had finished.
Yeah, I've only read a little bit of the mounted combatant rules, but again, I really want to use it more as a mechanism of delivery, and also because it's like funny, and I always try to be a little silly.
So like it's basically that springboard that the gymnasts use to vault over stuff.
So, Faint, when you do thumbs up, right now the wolf behind you is nodding its head like emphatically. When you do thumbs down, it's still nodding its head emphatically.
That's
I'm-
about right.
I
You
nod.
rolled a 3 on that performance.
Yeah, I nod and I say telepathically to them both, "Okay, we're moving further in," and I start to move further into the cavern slowly.
I feel like on some level you've expressed that you are moving towards something that you gather is hostile, right?
Yeah, that's right. But I was checking with Kansas to see, well, because I don't know what that noise is or what that means. She does. She tried to communicate to me that it was something dangerous, but couldn't. And then the only thing I picked up from her communication was to nudge me. And then when I gave a thumbs up, she nodded, and when I gave a thumb down, she nodded. So it was like what I'm reading from that with her performance is that she wants me to go. She's nudging me because she wants me to go.
Well, more what I'm concerned for here is I feel like Ezekiel. How are you taking this? If you understand that they are moving more forward towards an enemy, are you still holding back?
Oh yeah, I'm literally just waiting for Faint to communicate with words to me, so maybe I can just holler at him. Faint, how are things? Any signs of danger? I am ready to arrive. Just give me the word, and the moose and I will ride gloriously into battle.
Yeah, there's definitely something up ahead. Not sure what it is, but Kansas seems to think I should keep moving forwards. So yeah, maybe you should come in because I think we've got a fight on our hands. But maybe come in with your torch lit ready because it's dark as fucking here.
So, Kansas, you've just heard that Faint thinks you are trying to push him forward, saying that this is a good idea. What are you doing?
I will shrug a wolfy shrug and go on in, because what else are we gonna do? And I've got
Were you
no.
trying to communicate that he should go forward before?
Yeah, I was trying to communicate some random sense of danger, but then realized that we knew that already.
All right, as long as you're happy with how it's going down. So you're going to move, like, you've got 10 more feet forward, Faint, until you get to that crescent wall in front of you. And then you have the choice, like, you can move to the right, to the east, or to the west.
Listen to the sound a second. That's the sound of a palm colliding with my forehead.
I don't disagree.
But okay. So what my choices of movement again? Sorry, it was to the right or to the east or something, was it?
Yeah, so, like, when we're effectively, you guys are still moving, like, in a kind of initiative order here. Like, it's 6 seconds at a time. We've got everything slowed down. So when you're being stealthy, you're moving 15 feet. So you've got 10 feet till you get to the wall. And then you can either move to the east or to the west. You're basically at that kind of crescent.
Okay. Can I go up to the wall to try and peer around the corner of it? I know it's a curve, but to try and very slowly, continuously move as cautiously as I can until I can get a line of sight around it.
Over the wall, you're not tall enough to actually see over the wall. The wall itself seems to extend upward, but like you want to basically, like, you could move 5 feet and you're at the edge where you can start to see, like, effectively it's almost like a hallway that is in this crescent shape. Is that what you're thinking? You want to get close to it so you can look around these corners?
Yeah, so like belly flat up against the wall of the inside apex of the corner, and then to continuously like slowly, effectively shuffle sideways with my head tilted so that my eyes would be the first things to come around the corner, apart from the top of my head, to just very slowly keep peering around it until I can see anything that, might be the source of the sound.
You're looking inside of the crypt, trying to look to see what is either to the east or the west of you. You cannot yet see the source of the sound. It is still well beyond the wall. When you get to that edge, the wall itself is extending beyond what you can move right now.
Okay, can I hear which side or direction the sound's coming from?
Yeah, so you guys can stop just moving just moving a few feet forward and do another round of perception checks here. And stealth checks as well, my bad.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I won't use one of my. Actually, no. Yeah, well, I'll use one of my psionic die to add a d6 to my stuff because I'm assuming that's a fail. 11.
All right, roll the d6.
So it becomes a 14.
So as you move up to the edge, you kind of feel one of your what is it? You wear leather armor?
Yeah, that's right, with a big long cloak over top of everything.
So you feel like a portion of your leather kind of grasp against the edge of the wall, and as you start to knock like some stones from this wall that's crumbling, you're able to just form like a little bit of like a psychic like grasp around these stones and kind of cradle them to the ground. And as you stop to listen, you start to pick up that same rhythmic sound. Doesn't seem to have changed at all. It's still following that same still kind of unclear to you what it would be. But I think both of you are kind of at that same point. Neither of those perceptions are going to give you a whole lot more information. But as you look out at this point, if you go to the west, the wall continues for about like it's 8 or so feet before there's kind of like a dark, no, there's light coming from in there. So you can see that this crescent that you're inside of here is like a shattered stone circle. And there is rough cave walls that cross this east to west. So to the west of you, that there is like a cave that comes through this section. Let me have both of you do. Both of you have religion, right? No, it's Ezekiel. So let me have. I think it makes more sense just to 100% be faint here. Let me have you roll a religion check, faint. Low DC for this.
It's good because I got a -2 on my luck. 3.
Yeah.
I think it's enough that you can pick up. There's no reason for this place to have been built here with this cave coming through it. That the cave has happened since whatever you are inside of. That what you are inside of right now is an older portion of this. And you're able to kind of pick up that somebody has destroyed this altar or this temple in the process of making this greater cave system. But you see that there is, again, it's like the light is coming from that central area ahead of you, above the wall that is in front of you. About 8 feet in front of you, you can see the shattered remains of where this would have continued on. And about 20 or so feet beyond that, you can see where it goes back to the finished walls and everything is shattered. To the east of you, it's about 12 or 15 feet to where the same thing happens. And again, you can see with the light there that's coming from this wall that is in front of you, that this cave seems to have shattered through part of this circle, and it continues from the west through to the east. So right now, you are seeing effectively these bits of this shattered cave. So like the actual wall, I think maybe give you like that much of the crescent in each direction. And you're kind of at that point where that crescent intersects with the hall that you started heading down. And you can see those bits there. And the light source is directly ahead of you, but it's blocked by this wall that is in front of you.
All right,
Does it
okay.
look like a fire? Does the light source look like a fire or something else?
Yeah, I think it's enough that you all could identify that it's probably a torch. That is probably not like a erratic fire. It's not a large fire like a campfire.
I speak telepathically to, well, both at the same time and say, right, looks like whatever it is, it's in here. It's an old crypt that seems to have been repurposed by something else as some kind of lair. I don't think it's really wide enough to get the elk through this. It's at least not with getting its horns. Well, caught on everything that's in here. So for what I think there's other caves accessing this same room. So maybe we should try coming through a different route, scout it out, and see what that looks like. I think coming down this route might put us at a disadvantage into combat, but there is cover this side, that's for sure. So I'm going to look at Kansas and I'm going to nod, and then I'm going to gesture back towards the entrance that we came in.
Can you make out where the large cave entrance connects to the one you are in?
Can I get any kind of grasp of where the larger entrance is of the what we talked about the cave systems going in?
Let me take a quick break here to actually run to the bathroom, but I'll keep my earphones in. I think you're trying to ask, like, do you have any sense of where the caves, like where these two cave entrances might go? Is that what you're getting at, Ezekiel?
I'm curious, basically, if they can see, does the big cave where I am connect to the little cave where they went in? Like, so that I could, like, ride in as reinforcements or whatever.
Yeah, I think, let me get an intelligence from the two of you, and then from Faint and from Kansas, and then I'll be back in a couple.
Hey, smart.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah.
That's
What I'm thinking is if you two are like in the little area where it's harder for the giants to get at you, that might be like ideal. And then I can come in through the main entrance with the moose, and then we can all kind of do our thing. I don't know. Like Feint typically attacks from distance, so if you can get a view on them through a small cave where they can't necessarily like run up and pulverize you, it limits their attacks potentially, and also maybe gives you cover. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I was thinking that too, but what I was thinking was if we as long as we remain stealthy, it doesn't cost us anything to check the other tunnels out, and it also means we've got more, tactical intelligence about what our routes and what our options are. It sounds like if it comes to it, the route that we've just come through, we could potentially retreat into that and have some cover and maybe leave that way. But if it or whatever knows these tunnels better than we do, it could just flank us by going through the thick one. So it ends up basically just being trapped in the middle. But it does mean that at least for the sake of the combat, we can retreat into it to, maybe get a healing spell out or to fire from or whatever. For me, it's great, but for the giant elk, it's not. It won't work. So we need to know other entrances, and also if we can get more awareness of what this area is actually like, we could potentially think about if there's any other pockets of where more living things can be. There might be more than 2, or might just be 1 in there at the moment.
Kansas, let me get a performance from you at advantage.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The more we know, the better tactically, but also like not being meta, obviously, because I don't know this and I'm not even up there with you at all. But I got the impression from the way Jared was describing it that there's giants inside part of this cave and there's some other like creature or wildlife in a different portion. So if we start exploring around too much, we may alert something and potentially cause like a multi-combat. But again, that would be completely meta.
I wouldn't say it's metagaming because I said at the start that I described to you telepathically everything I'm seeing, so you'd be able to think that and relate to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, but only Kansas picked up the actual animal sense. That was her, and she can't actually transfer that knowledge to you all.
Yeah, I get that.
I got the impression that he was saying that her heightened sense of smell and hearing or whatever tells her there's something else, like a wild animal in the cave. And no matter how sneaky we are, if we alert the wild animal, we'll probably alert the giants, and then we'll have like kind of a split combat. But again, I don't know any of this. That's just my personal outside view.
Right. I can communicate it because basically I'm nodding at random times.
This might be a big map to draw this on, but this is effectively Kansas is able to paw out this into the snow. She smells like you all went in through the central corridor. She smells something over here. She smells something over here. And then you guys know that there are caves that go like that. So you've got like the area where you came into, those 3 entrances, and she smells things to the east of you, to the west of you, and then basically snuck into this area where Feint can then draw out that he knows that there is a circle and something. Well, actually, she would also know that there's something there. But that's effectively what you guys can understand about what you've walked into. You probably have a safe idea that you can go west and encounter something, and then you probably are flanking on the western side of whatever was in front of you. You can go east and encounter something, and you are probably flanking the eastern side of whatever was in front of you. Or you can push through that central area and eventually like go past that wall to where that creature is just on the other side of the wall. Does that map make sense? Because Wolf just drew it for you.
So we've got 3 different options of where to go, and then Feint's got to make a decision. My thought is if we go straight ahead, then both of the outside groups can come at us.
I think all of you can understand that if you go straight ahead, You can probably encounter whatever is in front of you, but you might be in the center of the other things that might come to its aid, because they do share a cave system at this point. And whatever you do, it might be advantageous to take one of the flanks, because that's the only way you can get assistance from Ezekiel and the elk. You have to abandon the elk if you want to go through that central part, and you might get flanked yourselves. Or you can try to go into one of those flanks and try to handle something along those lines.
So if Fate like sort of relays this to me, I will say that I think that, or I will prepare to come in through the right entrance, through the east portion of the cave. So if we're going to potentially have like a central entrance where things would be coming from both sides, it might be best if we all come from that side. Or else they focus on that side and I come to their aid from that side. Either, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, sounds good to me because we're not going to get the elk through this way. Definitely not going to come through this route, is it?
No, I don't want to get stuck in the center either.
So if Ezekiel is coming through the right, is everybody going to go with him? Or are you guys going to split the party?
Well, I mean, assuming it's safe that route, mate, and there's nothing down that route, unless you want me to scout it before you go that way.
Well, he's going to
Kansas.
run into something sooner or later. That's the whole point of heading into a cave that we know is occupied.
Kansas, when you hear them say this, what are you doing? When they say, assuming it's safe?
I just don't think any of it's safe. That's the whole point. So I'll go wherever they direct me. I
Yeah,
think,
but haven't you had senses of things which contradict that what I just said might be the case? If you picked up on anything that I haven't, that you've not yet communicated to us.
What does turning the wolf into give you advantage on?
smell?
So when they talk about going into the eastern cavern, what might you be thinking about doing?
I can go forward and try to smell?
Excellent. Can you roll a stealth check and a perception check for me? How far down the cavern do you think you want to go? You kind of start to walk into it, and it starts to turn like almost directly north, away from like kind of a leftward direction.
Can I see around a corner?
You're going to go far enough to see around the corner?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Don't need to. You can smell.
Like 5 feet? Do you want to go like well around it, or just
Well-
as soon as you get a sight?
Well, can I smell anything around the corner?
So you approach into that cavern and you start to walk around that corner. And as you are giving yourself a few moments to bring in the smells, it's still quite smoky, but you smell 2 creatures that are kind of weird, and you don't really know what they are. And you smell 3 female sheep, 3 male sheep, 5 male goats, and 2 female goats. And as you get around that corner, you go just a little bit too far, and you start to hear the bleating of all of these creatures as they all start to make a bunch of noise. And you just walk back a little bit. But there is a pen in front of you that has quite a few sheep and goats inside of it. Just within view, 13 of them.
All right, I'm gonna back up. I can't communicate this. It's like, can't even do charades or hand gestures here.
What are you trying to tell them?
That it's relatively safe on that side. Do the two things I can't smell like herd beasts or like large humanoid type creatures like giants?
You don't know what they are, but they are not herd beasts. Do a performance check.
When I get the chance, I'm gonna squat down and I'm gonna hold out two hands and I'm gonna say, "Now, Kaunis, what was that way? Tap my left hand if there's danger, and tap my right hand if it was safe."
She's able to basically show you all that that is a living quarters of sort, and there is a pen of beasts that are around kind of that eastern side of the cavern. So if you go into that eastern side, you're going to walk right up next to a bunch of creatures that are being held there. And that's kind of like what she's able to communicate to you is going to the eastern side. Part of what you're going to encounter is almost an alarm system of predator or prey type beasts.
Well, that's better than I could have hoped to communicate.
Yeah, that's why telling me the intention of what you're trying to do, like sometimes telling me what you want to do lowers the DC, but the intention of what you're trying to do is going to call for a performance check to see how well, like, your actual character lives in this world. She's used to becoming a wolf and is able to somewhat communicate to people.
Perhaps we should go the other way. If the options are the east way and there's an alarm system of animals, then perhaps we take the west way because that is the only other place the moose will fit.
All right,
And
I will
she
now.
taps Faint's hand one time when you guys bring up the western way. She smelled one animal that was on that western side.
Do you want
Actually,
me to
do another intelligence for me, Kansas. Yep, we're going to stick with that one tap.
All right, telepathically, I say then, right, sounds to me like maybe the three of us should just come up through the center, and then once the rumble starts, maybe the elk should just come through on the eastern side where we know they've already got all the animals. Because once we're engaged, it doesn't really matter about being stealthy anymore.
Perhaps the two of you go through the center to the north, and I will ride the elk gloriously into battle, and then immediately dismount and just fight normally. But I will ride the elk gloriously into battle initially. I mean, I'm already on top of it, so I'm pretty much committed at this point.
Yeah, man, you worked hard for that. You earned it.
So, would you all rather come through the western entrance, or will you two wait in position in the center, and I will ride gloriously into battle?
Okay, Kansas, you okay with that?
I will nod.
Then we've got a plan.
All right, so do you guys want to sneak back into position, and then when I ride in and distract them, you guys attack? Or do you want to just all attack at the same time? Regular initiative order probably is the best. Or do you want to start the combat and then I ride in to like kind of flank them?
Well, I think we should maybe you move up a little bit, so you've got less ground to cover, and then we engage because if we go at the same time, you're going to startle the animals way before we can get to them. So potentially we could get at least one surprise round of attacks on it, just me and Kansas, and then you push through. But it means that you'll basically miss one turn, I imagine, getting to them, but you'll not alert them before the battle starts.
Okay, sounds good. At some point in time in the battle, make sure that I have clear sight of all of you at the same time. Earlier, the better.
All right. Sure, it's going to be something cool, so I'm up for that. So let's do this.
Yeah, this will work great.
What's the worst that can happen?
So they are sneaking, you are holding back. They are going to initiate battle, and then you are charging forward with the moose.
Yeah, I'm gonna gently clippity clop forward to about like just to the right of the end on the compass. Yeah, like over to there, and then I'm just gonna like gently clippity clop in as they like sneak forward.
Are you definitely going through that cave though, and not the one on the right? Because the one on the right, we get the impression is domesticated animals. One on the left, we don't know what it is. It could be one big angry beast that joins the battle. But I guess if we're going to fight up north anyway, it's going to join the battle regardless. So
I'm going to look for a target to hamstring.
And just to double check, these squares are 5 feet, right? This is accurate sizing?
Correct.
Okay, beautiful. I'm good. So yeah, I'm good whenever.
So I think doing stealth from I think all three of you. Because you said you're going to clippity clop forward while they go.
Yes, I will gently clippity clop forward on my moose. So do you want me to just roll regular? I think it's pretty accurate that no matter how good a moose is, that with me on top of it, we can only be so stealthy.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Your armor still makes noise regardless of what you're hoping to do. So
And they
what?
move.
It's got a +3. Yeah, so I rolled an 18, so it's got a 21.
Me and the moose gently glide forward as if an army man or a dog when it slowly crawls forward on all fours. We are never been so stealthy in our lives. We are become as one.
You've got a 23.
Technically 19 because disadvantage, but I feel like if I have a 19 and the moose has an 18, we're like a fucking full-on camouflage, like crawling beast at this point in time.
Yeah, it's got +3 dexterity, so it got a 21.
So, like, the moose, nobody hears, but the wolf, they hear because it's too loud.
You're making like wolfy growling noises, like me and the moose are just fucking gently moving through the wind.
Yeah, so the moose is like very slowly moving its head in the right directions. Are you carrying light lit right now, Ezekiel, or you're still in darkness? You're waiting for shit to go down?
The tip of my spear is lit right now.
All right, so you're going to basically be passing light forward as you move.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm only ever going to be so stealthy, so I'm only going to treat it that way, in my opinion. Are we actually like in a cave at this point in time, like me and the moose?
Yeah. Your cave is like a naturally worn cave. As you move forward, like the initial part is about 10 or so feet. The moose like moves its horns to the side to get through with the antlers, and it's able to shape them out. When you get about 15 feet into the actual cavern, it is able to move its head back open as it expands a little bit over the stream. And as you look forward, you are going to see that the cavern branches out to the north as well as to the south. Or not to the south, to the north as well as to the east of you.
Okay, yeah. So I definitely would like light for myself, and then also without being too meta, the moose told Kansas that it likes light as well. So we're one mediocrely lit being right now.
So that's you all have moved in for one bit here. Assuming everybody is stealthing again, do another round of stealths. Okay, word. It tells me when you actually use the wolf stat. That's good.
Oh, that's much better. I mean, that looks more like a wolf, you know.
And then you got the 9 on that one. So 29, 36, 40, 50, divided by 4. It's 50, like 12. So which direction are you going as you move forward? Are you moving in to the east side, Ezekiel?
Oh shit. Okay, so I have a pretty good idea that they're going to be coming out of that little cave on the right. Can I tell in front of me if I was to just keep going north? Can I tell is that still cave and like open up there?
Yeah, so as you start to move, you would see some of the actual cave ahead of you there. And beyond that area of the stream, it does start to light up. But while you are looking that direction, you will spot that there is indeed a giant of a man who is sat down on the ground in front of you all, and he is sharpening a blade.
Okay, so I guess as soon as I see that, I'm gonna be going that way. Because that's obviously our goal. He looks like a giant, much more badass version of myself.
Yeah, I think the way it comes down to it, once you round that corner enough, yeah, the moose doesn't have an attack command, so this is kind of what it's going to come down to. But yeah, Ezekiel, as you round that corner, you still know that they're probably still stealthing, and you see this gigantic human. They are they have a shield right next to them. They have a gigantic spear that is probably 3 times the size of your body, and they currently have like a long dagger. No, I think it's the spear that they're actually sharpening. Um, and they're like on the ground in front of you. Are you seeing anything as you round that corner? Because you are the first one to see this.
Okay, so on the map, I can see faint right now. In actuality, can I see faint right now?
Yep, once you get there with light, he is lit up and you can see him.
Okay, so if I have an opportunity to act right now, I think the first thing I would do is bless the party.
So I would say go ahead and let me get initiatives from everybody here. And throw down that bless.
Okay, so I can pick 3 targets. I'm going to do. Damn, I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the 3 of us. I'm tempted to do the moose.
Do the moose instead of me, man.
Do the most.
You literally never hit anything, Josh. You need bless more than anyone. If I could bless you,
Yeah.
and me none.
Yeah, but if only I took a subclass that means that I have them. Actually, no, I don't. I just realized I don't get that at this level. Ignore me.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna bless the moose. I'm gonna bless faint, and I'm gonna bless Kansas, and I'm going to not bless myself.
Advantage while she's
Why?
a wolf.
What's that?
roll an intelligence for me. I'll just tell you if you roll over a 10. All right, so Kansas, Moose, and Faint.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. You guys all have pretty good damage. I have stuff that's less reliant on me hitting. And also I'm more of a support character. So I think that's the way to go.
I'm guessing I'm not allowed to tell him if he didn't make the intelligence check.
We'll work it out next time.
Well, I
Yeah.
have a feeling also a lot of cleric cantrips are also save or suck too, so he's not necessarily rolling attacks.
Exactly. So, I mean, if this was not the best decision, we're getting to know our new party. We're getting to know our new abilities. So we'll learn it in time. But right now, I'm confident that the moose is going to fuck shit up. So I'm good with that.
All right,
Sounds good.
so it is going to start with Ezekiel. You are dropping the bless, and get that all set on everybody. Technically, you're moving on Kansas's turn. Yeah, I think this is basically it. Like, you have the choice if you want to move, you have to hop off of the moose. If you have a bonus action, I don't think you do, but you could do a bonus action here. But I think that's kind of your turn right now.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So I'm basically just going to hold my shield up in the air, and then I have to do verbal components anyway. So I'm just gonna say, bless us in our quest that we could eradicate these murderers. And I will bless us.
And then it's going to go to Faint.
And do you want me to be off the moose at this point in time just for simplicity and combat sake, or what?
No, for what it's worth, I think they did a shit job at combat. If you are down to be on top of the moose, you are more than welcome to be on top of the moose. But it's as far as I'm concerned, don't deal with the fact that I'm a jaded person. I don't mean to be an asshole about rules that I think are shit. Like, go for the mounted combat. There's a reason sometimes dungeons are tiny, and it's to prevent mounted combat on some level.
And I will gloriously ride the moose into battle. But that is it for my turn.
All right, first thing that happens on my turn is telepathically I go to Ezekiel. What the fuck? And then I round the corner, and then put both my hands underneath my cloak as if I'm like crossing my arms over each other, and then fling forwards 2 psionic daggers straight towards him. Just rolling it.
Can you pull 2 daggers? I feel like this is where you're going to need that same feat that I made Justin take with Doc.
Yep, 1 second.
Because that's your psionic blades.
Yeah, let me just find it.
Yeah, it's whenever you can manifest a psionic blade.
Sorry, I didn't mean to roll it twice. So I was trying to post a thing. There we go. So basically, yes, but it's a D4 instead of a D6 on my second one.
Soul knife? What
Yeah,
the
but I
hell?
don't think it's both hands. I think you're meant to have something in your other hand, and then the psionic blade is with your free hand, and you can basically make that as the second attack. So I think you're throwing something else. Like, you can throw a dagger, and then you can throw the psionic blade, the psychic blade, as the offhand.
At the very bottom, it literally says, after you attack with the blade, you can make a melee or ranged weapon attack with a second psychic blade as a bonus action on the same turn, provided your other hand is free to create it. I tell you what, it's fine. I'll just throw the one then. I'll just
Wait,
leave it
hold
at that.
up. Just hold up. It's the first time
Yeah.
you're using this.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, free hand to me normally just says you're offhand. That's part of why I read it like that.
Okay. No worries. So I'll just throw the 1 for now, but I think I've thrown blessed on it, don't I?
Yeah, but it sounds like what you said, Josh. You attack with 1 psychic blade that you make with the first half, and
Yeah,
then
that sounds right.
you,
It's a
and
double
then you
attack.
make a second one. Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds like that, and it's very stylish.
All right, definitely goodbye, bow. Doesn't cost spell slots or anything. Just do it as my attack now. I'm guessing it
All right,
misses
so the
anyway.
first
but-
one is a miss. The second one is going to sink in, but that one doesn't use the modifier, so that's
right.
just a D4. Yeah, so it rolled the damage the incorrect way. Just roll a D4.
But isn't it still the same? 1 second.
Your offhand attack doesn't get your dexterity bonus.
Yeah,
Oh, does it
one
not?
says
Okay.
1d6 and one says 1d4, just like the thing you posted.
That's fine.
This would just look so cool.
It's definitely unique for a rogue.
What color is this psychic blade as you throw them?
It's like a shimmering, translucent royal blue.
Yeah, so you all just see him throw like a shard of like blue light, and it just shimmers across this creature. There's like a pierce of blood starts to flow from it, but nothing inside of the wounds.
And then I just go back round the corner, but I can't hide because I've used my bonus action already.
And that will take it to you, Kansas.
All right, I would like to run up, and if I can hamstring, I will do that. If not, I will leap in for the hand that is holding the spear.
Just
And
attack
try.
it. You're not attacking particular objects on a creature. This game's not set up for that. When you guys get kills and I ask you to describe what you do, that's where you do cool stuff like that. So yeah, that's going to sink into it for 7. Yeah, I don't see anything on the Psychic Blade that it suffers from the same thing as the two-handed attack, so I think that first attack, that hit is 4 or 5 damage. Wait, that doesn't preclude you from sneak attacking, though, right? So the sneak
Nope.
attack of that 5 damage, it would do 10.
That's good. Yep.
Because effectively this creature is still kind of... Yeah, I think it's starting with Ezekiel. He rolled first. I think that works out, yeah. So a total of 17. Kansas, you have to move yourself up to the creature. You can't attack from there. But other than that, do you have anything else that you are doing?
No, I only get 1 attack, I'm pretty sure.
Did you run around the east side?
Well, in that particular example, I went over the wall. No, I went around the west side towards the elk.
And then you're just
I
moving
just
to the
wanted to
side
give
of
it
it
a
like that?
clear line of sight to go over, the target. So I don't want to block the target from the elk or be stampeded.
So as you run up to attack it, the moose is taking the dodge action.
Do you have to like command the moose, or how does that work?
Yep, her bonus action is used to command it.
I thought the moose just kind of acted on its own.
Read your magical item. You have to command it as a bonus action to tell it what it does. Otherwise, it does moose things. Right now, doing moose things is it is taking the dodge action. I think that is giving a lot because a moose wouldn't normally go into this situation.
Oh, okay.
So can you like growl at the moose for it to attack instead of taking the dodge action?
Am I
She
allowed
doesn't
to do
have
that?
language.
What's that?
She doesn't have language. She's still a wolf. So
Say that whenever she's in her wild shape form, that she's not going to be able to control any animals like that.
I think pretty much, yeah.
Well, the moose can just look scary then.
He is going to stand as he puts his shield onto his arm, and he is going to look around at you all, and I think he's just going to say, "You have made a poor choice coming to my home." And it's going to go to Ezekiel. That's what I was saying, Josh. I didn't see anything on it that it said it suffered from the dual attack thing.
Okay,
So,
before I attack, is only she able to control the moose, or like would I be able to use a bonus action to have the moose attack?
No, it's effectively, that's still her creature.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I didn't want to waste my bonus action on one of my things if I could make it attack on her turn. So okay, that's fine. I'm going to say to the moose, "Moose, now is our chance. Strike the giant. It hates mooses, mice." And then I'm gonna actually do my stuff. So I will close this pop up real quick. Hang on. I'm going to cast spiritual weapon.
Did we actually give you a spiritual weapon in your spells?
No, I just got it right now. So
Oh, gotcha. What kind of spiritual weapon do you use?
just for right this second until I figure something out, we'll just have it be a spear. Or whatever you have available.
It's going to be a spear in a second here.
But I'll figure something cool out. And then the D8 plus your. Oh, okay. So it already did an attack as soon as I cast it. So we can just use that for my attempted attack.
Where are you summoning it?
I will put it right next to Kansas for right now. Like on the other side, closer to a faint. Sorry, on Kansas's west side. West side? Yeah, perfect. And then after I summon that, I'm going to just reach up in the air, grab like a little ball of like energy from the air, and then Sacred Flame at the giant.
Gotcha. You should be able to see the spiritual weapon inside of your spells, and when you think of something else, you can update just the same as if it was your character at this point.
Okay, cool. And then I'm just gonna stay on the moose. I'm not gonna move or anything. So it's just a DC 13 dexterity save.
I still had it on a whisper, but I rolled a 6. It is going to fail for 1 radiant damage.
Holy shit! Is it dead?
Bask in my holy fire. That's the end of my turn.
Oh shit, did spacebar just skip faint? I didn't realize I could do that. I didn't know I couldn't do that.
Technology these days, eh?
What's the plan, Faint? What are you doing?
Okay, I'll do the same again. So I'll pop out around the corner and I'll throw my first psychic dagger. Oh,
Solid strike, 13 damage.
nice. And then I'll do my second one.
Let's see that bless.
Guide his strike.
Ooh.
It's just gonna fly right past, and right after it passes over its shoulder, you all see as the color just dissipates and it disappears. It never even hits the wall behind.
I go back around the wall and I go to Ezekiel. Why are you trying to figure out the plural of mooses? It's an elk.
So, like, Josh, can you do as many of those as you want? That's so cool.
Yeah, it's like a psychic attack rather than a magical attack. Yeah, but it's obviously 2 per turn. But yeah, there's no ammo count for them or anything. It just basically is a stylish way to replace my bow attack and gives me a bonus action. But it means that I can't do bonus action hide or disengage or dodge anymore because I'm consuming my bonus action. So I could only throw 1 dagger if I wanted to then do something as well, movement based.
Yeah, but you get 2 attacks this way. It's seriously cool.
It's cool, but the damage is pretty poor when you think about it when we hit like level 5, level 6 or something. So it has a short lifespan.
You get 2 paper cuts.
What are you doing, Kansas?
I am going to growl at the giant, try and look meaningfully at the moose, and then attack the giant.
Not gonna happen. You can leave your you can leave your form when you are ready to tell that moose what to do.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it again, the wolf.
You really can't bonus action like growl at the giant for the moose to know that means to attack it?
I mean, she's a wolf now. She doesn't have like a language that she can order it what to do.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like using her bonus action as a wolf cannot be used like in conjunction with the moose.
I don't think so.
Does it specifically say it has to be commanded in common to attack as your bonus action, or does it say as your bonus action you can direct the creature to attack? Like, does it say it has to be in plain language? I feel like that's pretty like rules lawyery.
I am interpreting how I think the bag works, and a druid using it is something that she will have to learn how to use it on. When she has the time to do it, she'll be able to use it in a different way that might be more viable. But no, I don't think she can command it while she is a wolf.
Do you have many bonus actions on your character, Justin?
Yeah, but I've designed mine to like use action and bonus action pretty well every turn. Well,
So
theoretically.
roll the damage for your bite. You are able to bite into it. I think the difference is what she can learn from this experience is that when she has a summoned pet, she needs to tell it to do something before she turns into a wolf, which would then mean that she shouldn't be sneaking around if she doesn't want to bring that pet with her. But it's kind of that either or. She can tell it to attack things that are hostile to her, and it's going to follow her and wait for something to be hostile to her.
So it would do that? I mean, I just
Read your magical item. It does indeed do that, yes.
I mean, I can read the thing. I realize
But you
now
have to
that
do it ahead of time. And when
I
you
didn't
are
think it would
planning on
remember.
sneaking around with it, that's the difference, is it's going to stand at your side and... Can you roll the damage for your bite? It is going to stand at your side and guard you, it's not going to let you sneak around without it. So if you had snuck forward and it was on, like, defend you, it's going to walk around and cause shit to recognize that you were walking around in here. So I personally think the difference is, if you want to use your creature like that, you should stay as a druid when you are sneaking around and have it waiting back. And then when you get to shit, tell it to attack, and it's going to run in, and then you can become a wolf. But it's going to take your whole turn to do that. Instead of this way, you saved some action economy, but you're losing some access to your elk.
Yeah, the elk's not doing anything, but at least I'm doing damage. It doesn't make sense to switch back to the gnome at this point, not in my mind, not like in the midst of combat. I will figure this out afterwards.
So you bite into the creature. He is definitely bleeding pretty severely from that last wound. He's starting to really suffer. He is going to look down at you at his side and swing his spear towards the wolf. And I think your DC is 16 right now because you have the bark on. And he's got a 13. He is going to miss you as he swings his spear out at you. And it's going to go to Ezekiel.
Okay, so I'm just going to do my bonus action attack with the spiritual weapon.
Make sure that when you click it that time that it doesn't use the spell slot again.
You can do it, D&D Beyond. Just roll the fucking dice.
You could add it as a custom attack, maybe.
Oh, there we go. I already used up all my spell slots for level 2 anyway, so.
Gotcha.
12.
Yeah, so it swings wide and it's going to miss.
For future reference, if I have Bless, will that affect spiritual weapon as well?
I don't know, and that was part of what was curious to me. I feel like yes, because I think it's still a spell attack when you are rolling with it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and then for a action, I'm going to do a guiding bolt at it. So again, I'm gonna like reach up into the air, and I'm gonna like have like kind of like a light looking lightning bolt come down into my hand, and then I'm gonna like pull back for a second, and then I'm gonna throw it at the giant.
Nice.
Let the holy light purge you from this land. And then whoever attacks after me, quote unquote, or hint, hint, faint, gets advantage on their next attack.
And God knows I need it.
And that will go to Feint.
All right, same again. So 23 to hit for including sneak attack, 11 damage.
11.
And then bonus.
So would the elk count as a friend or ally or whatever as far as Wolfpack?
Anybody who is next to that creature would give you advantage on your attacks. But right now you have nobody in hand-to-hand combat with it. You just need any other hostile creature to the giant human that you were fighting. But yes, the elk would be that creature.
Is the elk bigger than the giant?
The elk is indeed bigger than the giant.
Why can't the elk attack? Damn it.
So he is severely wounded at this point.
Let's pop back around the corner again.
And it's on you, Kansas.
I will growl again and glare meaningfully at the elk who does not understand a damn thing I'm doing, and I don't really understand it either.
When you look over at the elk, it is charging forward. The moment he swung at you, it's defending you.
Oh, cool. Because it's my buddy and it doesn't want me to be hurt. Is Ezekiel still on its back?
He is indeed.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm like using my heels in its side, and I'm like, yes, that's it, Moose, attack.
So with that strike, you are going to drop this giant to the ground. Are you biting its ankle? Little ankle biter?
I will try to hamstring it, see if I can get like its calf muscle.
So little ankle biter?
That's not the ankle, that's above the ankle.
Instead of a
So-
wolf, you turned into a Shih Tzu? Wait, I feel like Shih Tzus are actually badass.
So, do you want me to roll again, is what you're saying?
No, you killed it, but you can describe how you kill it.
Oh, okay. Well, generally speaking, I would go after the calf if I could, but if not, I'll just dig into its side and just take my large wolfy jaws and clamp them with the very sharp teeth and see if I can rip out the internal organs of this creature.
The moose is going to charge forward and attack it, and do 2 death saving throws to this creature as it rams into it with its horns, goring it further.
I feel like the moose would just trample.
It's got them horns, it would definitely use it.
And you hear a roar of a bear from behind you, and it runs up to behind the moose.
Uh-oh.
And you hear another creature roaring from the opposite side of the tunnel. And it's going to go to Ezekiel.
Okay, I'm gonna move the spiritual weapon over to the bear and attack the bear.
Yep, I think that's within the 20 feet. A little bit lower AC on the furred creature.
I'm gonna try this. Hopefully this will work.
Solid hit for 8 force.
Okay, cool. That'll work then. I'll just click them in the opposite order next time. But yeah, and then if I were to attack the giant right now to try to take away its last death saving throw, does it make
Oh wait, give me a second. Actually, my bad. If you're looking to see if the giant is still alive, I feel like that would be the next stage, because you don't necessarily know that the elk is specifically going for a death save. It was simply attacking regardless.
Yeah.
So if you want to take like a free action to investigate, you can do a medicine check. I think that's probably the way to do that. Or wait, you don't have medicine? You could do a perception.
I think considering a bear just ran up behind me, I'm probably more focused on that. So I will oh man, I'm tempted to I don't know. Do we want to try to save this giant? We know there's 2 of them.
Up to you, man. But I think just kill the fucker.
Yeah, I'll just Sacred Flame at the bear because it's like the impending threat, obviously.
Oh, my bad. I'm still on Whisper, but I got a 16, so that's going to dodge it.
Oh, and that's it. That's my action and then bonus action.
And it's going to go to Faint.
All right. I'll just do my first dagger at it.
At the bear.
Yeah, that's right. Better add my blast to that because that's shite.
It's okay. You don't need Blessed, though.
Or is it hit? Is it?
No. That was just me fucking with you, because blessing
gonna
you
say.
is always the right choice.
Yeah. 14.
Solid hit for 13 damage.
Nice. I use my bonus. Bless coming in clutch.
Hell yeah, man. Especially with you having 2 attacks a turn, it's like double the efficiency.
Yeah, definitely. It's. I don't think I would have landed a hit yet. Actually, I think the last turn, I think I would have landed one, but yeah, before that, I didn't think I would have landed one until now. Ooh, there we go. A crit. As I was slagging off my damage. So that's 8. And then I'm gonna back off a little bit.
Wait
I'm
a
gonna
second, though. Did it roll? Okay, that's what the 2 is. So 8 more damage. Yeah, okay.
yeah, and then I'm gonna back off and I'm gonna go fucking bear. I'm gonna hide around the corner again.
And it's on Kansas.
Running over to the bear.
You have advantage. Solid hit. It does not fall over, but it is bloodied. Roll a d20 with your moose. Oh yeah, duh. Why did I roll the attacks on the moose earlier? That was yours. Solid hit. Yeah, it's got a +6. That moose never needed bless. It is way higher level than all of you guys.
Any gigantic moose that lets me ride it deserves to be blessed by the gods.
I feel like you've been blessed by being chosen to ride it.
Do you have the damage up and ready, Kansas, for the moose?
Nah, I was looking at something else.
Yeah, when you are in wolf form and you have a summon, that extras tab is your life. That's everything.
The truth is, when I was out there, I picked some dingleberries, and the moose and I became best friends because he could not reach them.
I feel like when this battle's done, I need to explain to you what a dingleberry is.
No, I know. They were really bothering him, and I helped him.
All right. So ram is attack +6 and hit is 2d6 +4.
Oh, you don't have to switch to the whisper, but 9 more damage.
Oh, wow. That actually came through. Interesting. I did not expect that to come through.
Bear's going to try to run away. I think that is an attack from everybody but Faint.
All right. So if the moose gets to trample, it does 4d8 +4 damage.
Yeah, you're not going to trample over a creature that's standing, but when you have something knocked prone, I feel like that's kind of one of the differences. Depending on how things go, you can use those hooves differently.
Yeah, it says a prone creature, but at which point it probably doesn't have that many hit points left, but it would just be cool.
Yeah, but I think if it does that, if it does the ram, I think it gets to do the hooves afterwards as a bonus. No, not this creature, but some do. So a sacred flame. It dodges the sacred flame. An attack from the elk and an attack from the wolf.
Did you want me to roll something?
If you want to attack the bear, yes. If you're going to let the bear run away, no, you can let it run away.
Sorry, I did not understand.
On a positive note, you've seen a bear now, so add that to your repertoire as well.
Is that how it works? Just once you've seen it, you have the ability to change into it?
Yeah,
Only
when she sees it, she can turn into him. But she is a little bit limited because she is circle of the forest. Her CR is only going to go up so high. I think it's 1/4 of her level.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to become a polar bear or an elk at any time soon. But a wolf is still pretty cool.
So a roaring ogre is running in from the east. Ezekiel, what are you doing?
Oh, so did the bear escape? Did it die? What happened?
No, the bear got killed there. Yeah, that the wolf was definitely enough to take it out.
Okay. So I'll just yell out, behind us, an ogre, arise. And then I'm going to move my spiritual weapon back to the other side.
And you very quickly see that the ogre has a massive club that is raised above its head, and perhaps this is the creature that was slaying everybody in the woods. Oh, what is it? It auto whispers the elk to me? That's
Well,
not even a setting, because your wolf was a normal attack for me.
right. I've got the wolf
Yeah,
up
you're not
under
blessed.
Kansas, and the giant elk I just have up as another page. It's not a thing that I thought I could do anything with, but it's got the little
Yeah, I think if you were set to whisper with it, I have a feeling it just auto whispers. So the spiritual weapon is going to miss. Oh wait, the ogre they have shit armor. Maybe a 7 hits. Nope, still not enough. And then a dexterity save. They are not dexterous.
Let this be the light that carries you home.
So 7.
that was the picture that went with the giant elk, which makes no sense.
I think that just means it's a monster.
Yeah, so it gets blasted by the radiant energy there. It doesn't seem to terribly affect the creature. Yeah, that's just a generic monster right there. And it's going to go to faint.
All right, I'm going to come back to my previous spot. And then I'll pop round the corner and throw my daggers.
So this would be the occasion. If you hide first, you can get sneak attack with that first one. If you don't hide, you can throw both. But you don't have like an ally on that creature right now.
Okay, in that case then, ooh, tough one. Ooh.
You got to try to say this is general, not looking at those numbers.
I know, I'm not. I haven't tabbed onto it again yet. I've not actually seen what my rolls are. I'm gonna go for no. My rolls aren't very. The thing is, though,
Not
is
looking at your rolls. Try to figure out, do you want
know.
advantage when you get one attack? Or do you want, like, and go for the sneak attack? Or would you rather go for numbers and ignore your sneak attack ability?
I'm going to go for the one roll with the hide, and then I'll go back to 2 throws
All
each
right,
turn.
with advantage, that is a hit, and you're going to do 11 damage.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just tab back now. Whew, that's it. Okay.
I
I'll
think
take
that is the right choice. Rogues live on their sneak attacks, so if you don't have it, I think the right choice is for you to hide first and then take that advantaged attack.
Okay, cool.
But I wanted to make sure because that's something where you kind of have to set that precedent that that's what you were normally going for. But that's going to go to Kansas.
All right, I'm gonna run over. Can I be there?
Yeah, the spiritual weapon does not take up a space. The moose is more than one size larger than you, so you can move through it without any problems.
If you want, you can ride my spiritual weapon. It's only fair.
It's like a broom.
Roll a d4. You just bite into its ankle and you're tearing at it. You don't even hurt the flesh in the least bit.
All right, do I roll for the elk also?
The moose is taking the dodge action, or the elk is taking the dodge action.
Because the other thing hasn't attacked me yet.
Correct. It is going to move up and try to swing out at Ezekiel. Damn, I'm still on Whisper. 10 plus 6, 16 hit you? I feel like your AC is higher than that.
Yeah, I'll just sort of like duck down and hide behind the moose/elk's antlers. Ha! You fool!
And then it's going to go to you, Ezekiel.
Okay, I'm gonna like dig my heels into the moose and say, "Attack this one too, you fool! Do it! Do it!" And then I'm gonna spiritual weapon it and sacred flame it.
That one was technically me thinking what your moose reaction was. My bad on it being, as you were saying, the spiritual weapon, or the sacred flame, but this is going to be for the sacred flame. The dice never lie. So the moose doesn't seem to be reacting to it as if it were attacked there, but you are able to drop 6 more damage into the ogre. Still looking pretty fresh.
Oh yeah, I feel like the moose doesn't listen to me at all and barely even notices that I'm on top of it. But like in my head, I feel like I'm able to like help the moose to do what it's supposed to do.
I was thinking a 50-50 on that one. If it was 11 or higher, I was thinking the moose would take that as it was being attacked there. But that's kind of what I was thinking in my head. Like you saying that gave it a 50-50 to think of that as it was being attacked. Because effectively, if the ogre attacks either the moose or Kansas, that's what I'm using as it's getting into the battle.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There's no delusions of grandeur here, though. I know the moose is in control.
And then it's going to go to Faint.
All right, pop around the corner, dagger time.
So now you have 2 people on it, so this is easily worth doing just the 2 dagger throws. Solid hit for 10.
Okay, and bonus. Nice.
Like right into the throat, and then the second one doesn't seem to be like as big of a wound, but it leaves like a slit like right in through the thing's nose, like you threw it inside of its nose. For 15 total.
That seems painful.
I wouldn't fancy that, that's for sure.
The ogre didn't seem to react. It might not actually have anything inside of its cranium. What are you doing, Kansas?
I guess I will run up and attack it. Well, I'm kind of there already.
Roll that bless. The bless is an auto hit. So 7.
Oh, cool, because that looks pretty low, but all right.
Yeah, it's got 11. Nope, the elk is not attacking right now.
But I got a
It's still dodging.
25.
And as you bite into the ogre, to see if it falls. This is insane to imagine that it could fall to a tiny little wolf. It is looking bloodied at this point as you bite into it, and it's going to go around to the ogre to see who.
Hey,
And
chihuahuas probably kill more people than sharks do.
it's going to swing on the chihuahua that is nipping at its ankles with a 13. I think that's a miss as well because you're still bark skinned, and it's going to go to Ezekiel. I think you guys should be able to finish it in this round.
Yeah, well, now the moose is mad.
So for what it's worth, I think all of your attacks right now to see if you guys can finish this. It's going to fail the dex there. So 7, it's at 18, it's at 13. 2 from Faint, Kansas, and then from the Moose. Let's kill this creature. Faint's got 7, 5 more. So 12, it's at 1, and that's going to be the kill going to Kansas.